this channel. What is going on? Why is it acting funny now? Are we live? Are we live? Penis. Damn it. Damn it. Stupid Google. I'm sick of them already. Sick of them giving all this technology to us and use as we please, basically for free. Bastards. I feel like I'm the only one in here now. Now
Yo.
what? Just a bunch of people going to be in here and not say anything?
What's up?
It's like just creepy after chat. I'll just stare at the audience.
I just found my new Glock lyric for my next Instagram post.
What's that noise?
Alright, somebody's got issues.
Okay, what's I have a problem with my mic or something?
Is it you? It could be you.
I don't hear what the sound is. Might be me.
Sounds like some kind of feedback.
Yeah, bad.
Or something.
That sounds like a bad plug. I'm going bad plug.
You hear it when I talk?
No, it's not consistent. It's alright.
I'm gonna mute and let me know if it's still going on
No,
or
it's
not.
gone. It's gone
It's
now.
gone now.
Okay.
It was like a little fan rattle.
Maybe we just Google or something.
Let's blame Edge. We can all agree to blame Edge.
All right.
Alright, so Glocktober patch. It's the elephant in the room. What?
I just saw it for the first time this morning.
Well, I already ordered one. I'm already ahead of that game, so.
Yeah, but everybody's complaining about the design now. And like I say, it's not in stone or anything, so if there's a better design out there, I'm open-minded to it.
Oh, okay, so it might change before you ship them and get them made or whatever?
No one would ever ask me for their opinion of the fabric on their couch, but my 2 cents is that I'm not real. The pumpkin doesn't give me a warm fuzzy.
Well, that's the thing. Well, if you look at it, though, the pumpkin is a picture of a pumpkin. That's not how it's going to actually look whenever it's sewn.
Right. Well, but I don't think Dano means like the artwork as much as the concept of it, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So what screen? I just did the pumpkin because of the the October part of October.
Oh, that made perfect sense. I understand that part. And like I said, I'm the last one you want to ask as far as like style and things like that. I mean, I can see that like things that look cool, but I don't know how you get them to look cool.
For me, I mean, I don't have an actual design idea, but I mean, just my criticism on the patch is it didn't say Glock enough. It wasn't enough Glock.
Well, that's where I'm trying to not put the Glock G on there, since that's copyright, and I don't feel like going to jail. And basically, that's the main thing. I just don't want to get sued and piss them off. I mean, they gave us a bunch of stuff to give away, and then we're going to be like, hey, now we're Glock, right?
What if you do the gun channels G and just write in the Tober?
Well, that's Girk's idea. So one, stole it, and two, I don't think the patch look at our gun channels patches now. Look how big the G is, and from quick glance or from a few feet away, it's just a regular G again, right? So imagine shrinking that down to say the entire word Glocktober, which unfortunately is a massively long word. You know, it should have been like
No, but I'm saying right.
Glay. We should have done it for like Glay,
Well,
where it
put
would have
like
been
this,
like
you know,
four
like
letters.
instead of doing the G like Glock, do the G like yours and write in the Tober slightly smaller, like it. I don't know, kind of like Glock does. You know, like the LOCK.
2.5-inch patch. So for reference, this is the Magpul patch, the Magpul circular patch. So a little bit bigger than the website's patch is 2 inches. We're talking 2.5 inches. So just a hair bigger. So we're not talking a heck of a lot of room. So I mean, I could look at the G on the gun website's patch. We might have one of those handy. I don't think you'd see the detail of the pistol of the G, you know.
Glock has a fairly unique sight picture, you know, the ball in the basket thing.
I thought about that.
As far as identifiably Glock, yet not necessarily patentable or trademarkable.
I don't know if it is or not, but at least that would be less much, you know, because we're not selling us. I think if you sold a set of sights with that on there, yeah, but what if we're, like, I was thinking of that, like pointed at a pumpkin or something, but then, who's like breathing in here?
Where's Edge?
My other criticism is that there isn't an extendo on there.
You and the extendos.
For life.
Yo, speaking of patches, G-Webs.
Yep.
Hey, how do I get one of your patches?
Oh, we don't really sell them, so I'm not sure. People have just acquired them along the way.
Oh.
Well, don't you have stuff for sale on Gear Whore?
I have patches, but he's saying I think the gun website shooting team patches, which I've never sold to anyone. Ever.
It only takes 15 minutes in a dark alley.
Yeah. It's sort of like it's just like Jodie Foster in that movie, except way messier. It's a little bit different.
Did you guys do like one run of them, or do y'all make them continuously just every now and then?
It's not the kind of information we release to the general public.
Oh,
Let's just say there's an unknown number of those in an unknown location throughout time.
So it could be a collector item.
But
I just never wanted to tell them. So we'll figure something out. I do believe there's something about an app out there. We could figure something out, I'm sure.
Yes, of course.
But I basically, back in the old days, let's see, I got sick of, I knew patches were like a cool thing. I've always liked morale patches, I guess. I've been like patches because I was a scout, so I've always liked patches. And then I liked morale patches when there was fewer of them, when they were cooler, right? And then I kind of got fed up with not being able to find Arizona flag that was subdued, like the right way. There was one guy making subdued Arizona flags, and he's from Arizona, so he has no excuse. But he did them in 2 colors, and it drove me insane because the Arizona flag has 4 colors. And it doesn't cost anything when you do patches. This isn't like 1910 where like threads cost different money because you have to drag them across the plains on mules or whatever. You can get them in as many colors as you want. It's just a matter of giving them artwork with the colors. So it was driving me nuts. I talked to Mil-Spec Monkey, who I all know from patches, right? And he helped me out. And then so I started my own set of Arizona flags that had 4 colors, and they were still subdued. And then I did a run of those, and I wasn't planning on getting into the patch game or nothing. I basically just wanted to get some. And if you just buy, like, I don't know if any, like 35 of a patch. So you got to start buying hundreds of them before they're a reasonable price that if you resell them, somebody can still want to buy it, right? So anyway, I thought I figured out how to do the math to get it to where I could actually get a couple of patches for free out of it. And then a gun shop in town was like, hey, let us sell those. So I ended up making a second run of them. in order to supply that gun shop. And then I was like, hey, now I know how to sell patch or how to get patches made. So I figured I'd try it with the Gun Websites one. And this was, I think this was like 2010, let's say. Because we were just kind of playing around with YouTube, and the YouTube community was really big back then. The YouTube gun community was a big thing back then. So anyway, I decided to make a run of them, and I got them in 3 different border colors because I could. And then the guys here all decided we like the green best because they work best on multicam. The black stands out on multicam, and the brown, I liked it best, but everybody else liked the green best. So we kept the greens for us, and then I just took all the black ones and sent them to people that were cool, like that commented on our videos and stuff. I just asked for their addresses and sent a bunch out. And then I took all the brown ones and sent them all the people that were making YouTube channels that were friends of ours. So basically that's how the first set went out. And then I just decided I'm never going to sell them. I don't buy stuff from other people that has their name on it, and I just never try to sell them. So anyway, that's the story of the Gun Websites patches.
True.
What weapon is the green guy and then the black silhouetted guy holding?
Shotgun rifle and Glock.
Oh, okay. And a Glock. Really?
Yeah, it's obviously a Glock, Mr. Rear Sight.
Yeah, you can see that rear sight poking up.
Just Charlie's Angels.
It's just coming towards you, so it looks bigger than a Glock. But
What'd you think it was,
So-
Pork Chop?
Well, so the black silhouetted guy, okay, he's holding a handgun. Well, his arms is what threw me off.
yeah, his
His
hands
arms?
come. His hands come like right up to your face.
Right.
And anybody who
And-
does have a patch can look at it. It's actually kind of neat because you don't tell them they do it, but they kind of like made the arm like its own little stitch pattern on the brown guy, and the shotgun is separate, like its own little stitch pattern on the green guy. It's pretty cool.
Right. The green guy looks like he's got like a loaf of bread underneath his gun because it sticks out farther than the barrel.
Well, he's got a extended mag on a 14-inch 870 with a side
He's got-
saddle,
You got the
and
J.
his left, and he's shooting it left-handed, and he's got his right hand on the pump.
Gotcha.
Oh, Daniel, you're really breaking this down, aren't you?
Wait, what?
So I said Daniel, not Daniel. Sorry.
It's also dated with the old-ass aim point on there.
It is, but that's classic though.
It is.
It's got to be an SBR rifle too, right? 'Cause
Oh yeah,
going
it's
right
an
past-
SBS and SBR, and for the sake of history, it's a Glock 18.
The green guy, is it supposed to look like he's
It really
wearing
is, though.
baseball cap?
They're all wearing baseball caps.
Oh, okay.
On websites, baseball caps.
You'll have those?
That we sell. Those,
Mhm.
or at least they're on whatever that thing is. What is that called? Where you don't have to make them?
Cafe
No.
Press.
Cafe Press. You can get them through Gearhor, but they're on Cafe Press. I don't think anybody's ever bought one. We have one that's just an AK-47 silhouette that's on a trucker hat, and chicks buy that thing every once in a while. But it doesn't say anything about gun websites on it. It's just a silhouette of an underfolder AK.
What is the URL? Is it just gearhor.com or what?
Gear hyphen
I think there's a dash.
Gear
I think
hyphen,
it's gear minus sign whore.
gear hyphen or
Gotcha.
But if you just ask around on the internet for the gear whore, it'll
Oh, I
find it.
found it. I got a history link from the Every Second Matters patch in there.
actually just Google gear hyphen whore, because if you just type in gear whore, it'll take you to some other website that's gear whore without the hyphen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a
There's a
forum. I just found a forum called gearhor.org, and it's like, no, that's not it.
Yeah. So when you go to Google, just type in gear hyphen whore, and then it'll be like the first link in Google.
Yeah, I got it now.
Yeah, Gear Whores Anonymous.
Oh yeah, that's a group too. I just went with it because of GW, you know.
George Washington.
I thought it was clever. Oh, gun website.
G.W. Bush.
Hey Dano, so I know you go to the range a lot. Are you gonna do Keyson's Glocktober postal match?
I was not aware that he had one.
I forgot about that.
It's in the comments.
Yeah, I gotta shoot that.
The winner gets a Glock thing too.
A Glock swag pack. So I'm taking my little cousin and and her brother out for the first time. Well, she's not that little. She's what, 25? Yeah, so I'm taking her out and her little brother who's like 16 or 17, taking them out shooting for the first time. So I printed them out a copy. I figured I'd let them get in the contest.
So we're supposed to do a video of it and submit it. Is that how it's gonna work? Probably.
I don't know. I mean, like I'm gonna try to Instagram video mine. So I don't know how it's gonna work in like a 15-second. Plus I have like a 2-second shot break in between fucking shots. So I don't know how that's gonna work.
So what's the basics of the contest?
There's 5 pumpkins and there's 2 shots per pumpkin at 5 yards.
And the pumpkins are different sizes.
Yeah, on the paper.
Okay.
So whoever has the best overall groups, 2 shots each.
And it's just printed out on 8.5 by 11?
Yep.
No Photoshop?
Nope. The only thing, all right, so I don't know how he posted it up there, but like when he emailed it to me personally, he emailed it to me and it opened up in fucking Windows Media Player, and I couldn't figure out how to print it from there. So I fucking had to like close it and then left click on it and open with Microsoft Office, and that's when I was able to print it.
Well, I don't see it in the is it out of one of the groups on Gun Channels?
No, like he posted it last night in
Main page.
Yeah, on the main page, on the front page.
But it was more than last night. I thought it was a few days ago.
Was it last night or the night before?
It was a while ago, I thought.
I guess if you go to his page, it'll be on one of his recent posts. So just search for Keyshawn.
And we got the album up there now, so you should be able to click on album and see everything recent, I think.
I'm gonna take mine and I put it on a poster board and blow it up. It's like a full-size portrait,
Hey Gert, what are you doing tomorrow?
You take it on an overhead project, copy it to or print it out to a transparency, put it on an overhead projector, and shoot it at night at like side of a barn.
Exactly.
Why you trying to start a conversation in the chat? Well, why you doing shit though? What up?
I'm going to range tomorrow.
And what place? First.
The joint up by Pennsylvania.
All right, what time you talking though?
Leaving my place like 11.
But he's got to drive all the way from Virginia through Washington D.C. to get to Maryland, so that you guys can drive to Pennsylvania.
You drive around D.C. and then you go up Maryland.
Seems like a lot of driving. If you just went to Virginia, then Kirk wouldn't have to hardly drive at all.
It'd take me like an hour and a half to get to a range near Girk. It'd be like the same shit.
All right.
Trying to ask something.
All right. Hey Marco, yeah, we can go out there.
Hit me up.
All right, I'll text you like right now.
Okay. Anybody, what's Keyson's full username that I can do a search?
Oh my gosh, Steven put the link in the side chat.
Keyson S41.
Okay. Well, thank you, Steve.
Hey Steve, you know you're muted? Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, I like this shirt that y'all have on the website. G-Web's the pistol muzzle. That's pretty cool. It's just
see, my thing is to try to make. I mean, other people do it too, but to do something that doesn't scream gun, but is.
But noticeable. Like if you know what it is, you'll recognize it.
Yeah, I actually stole it. I mean, somebody did the 1911. I was like, yeah, that's neat, but I'm not an old man, so I'm gonna do it with a Glock.
Glock's kind of more recognizable, though. I think probably. It's nice and simple.
And then I did it with the AK, which nobody was doing. Everybody does the AKR stuff.
Hey, G-Webs, I got a quick question though. That video you put up with the AK silencers, why did it sound like the first one wasn't suppressed at all?
I just don't think the phone gets sound that good in the first place. Plus, it was like, I was surprised how good it did with the wind, because it was super windy that day, and I had no idea where the microphone even is on my phone.
Don't a lot of suppressors have first round pop?
FRP, yeah.
No, this is like every fucking round pop.
Well, when you put that can on a little crink, though, there's
that's
no
what I was
hope.
gonna say.
I mean, that can would have to be like a big 2-liter bottle size to actually do something. So it was, I mean, you could see the flame, right? I should do some stills. It was still throwing a lot of gas and stuff out through that can.
Yeah, you got to realize, I mean, like, it's a much shorter barrel, so obviously it's going to be louder than what the SAM underfolded.
Was it just to demonstrate for people that don't understand why it doesn't work as well? As far as the suppression?
Good.
What were you saying? I didn't hear you.
Well, that was actually a question to you, Web, as far as was he putting a suppressor on there more as a demonstration that they don't work well with extremely short barrels.
Wait, are you asking if that's why we did the video? There was no point to the video except we just were filming what we were shooting that day. We're not trying to prove nothing. We're just showing what happens when we shot that day.
And that can actually kind of be backwards because with a longer barrel, you're going to get a little bit more velocity. So if you're breaking, I mean, it's going to crack a little bit more.
It's a good point. It's not the gases coming out that make all the noise, really. It's the bullets. So,
Yeah. Cause I've shot a 22 pistol with a can and shot a rifle, and the pistol was way quieter.
Let me stop for a second. Is anybody having trouble with gun channels right now?
No, it's fine for me.
Yep. It was very slow trying to get the picture, but it did eventually get it.
Just a minute ago, or for a long time this evening?
Just a minute ago when I was trying to pull up the Glock, the shooting challenge.
Okay, thanks.
Mine's lagging too, by the way. Mine won't. I went to a lot of events and it's still trying to get it.
Okay.
No, we had to go to Internet Explorer to get the link to this site because Google Chrome is taking forever to load gun channels.
Yeah, that's why I'm using Chrome, and sometimes it can hang up.
Yeah.
I posted a totally creepy picture on Instagram earlier. If anybody's seen it yet, it's pretty cool. It was really foggy here today.
Oh, you had the zombie fog, did you?
Yeah, it was nice.
We had a real bad zombie fog up here about a month and a half ago. Ugh. I hate fog.
I don't mind it. I just don't like it when I'm driving.
Make me a fucking set.
The new ammo, there was a note posted, I think
This don't look like a kitchen.
from Spear, the Gold Dot G2s. And I went to that website, but they sell only to LE and military types. They don't sell the individuals. I was just curious as far as, other than being bonded and having the Hornady plastic insert, as far as, as reading their description of it, and has anyone actually seen it? Because I tried to do a search for it on Google and YouTube to see if anybody had their hands on it yet, or if there was at least a press release with a release date. And all I could find was that one link that DB had posted. That's nobody's seen nor heard of Spear having a new self-defense round, or a new round.
Nope.
Nope.
For short barrels, or what was it for?
It was posted earlier today on Gun Channels. I thought by DB Cooper. A new product called G2, a new Gold Dot basically, and the place that he got the picture from does sell it, but only sells it to law enforcement and other government type agencies. If I can find it over on Gun Channels, I'll look back up.
Are you talking about the G2 RAP ammo, or are you talking about some Spear ammo?
It's it says G2 right on the box of ammo.
Does it say RAP, or is it an actual Spear product, or?
Oh yeah, it's a Spear product, all right.
Okay.
In fact, I'll go ahead and just post the link that will at least show you a picture of what it looks like in the side chat here in just a moment. Now that's just a picture, but if you shorten the URL and just search out their 9mm ammo, you can get a description of it. I always assume that I'm the last one to hear about something new.
I'm just surprised that the ammo manufacturer had time to create new ammo with with such a shortage going on. You figured putting out a new form of even defensive ammo would have been something put on the back burner just simply because they didn't have anything else on the shelves just to even shoot itself.
But in defense of ammo, being that they're the old guard leader and they've been on kind of like how Glock is. If you don't innovate, sooner or later someone will take your place.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'm just surprised there was room for anybody to have time to innovate when they were so behind on production. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, I got you.
Hey Daniel, you're using that. You've been using the Hodgen pistol powder, right? Or power? No, it's power pistol. Never mind.
Yep, power pistol.
Okay, I thought that was the same thing he was talking about. Robbie was talking about some kind of powder in the external. I thought you'd used it, but I don't think it's the same one.
What the fuck?
I heard that.
Daniel's about to blow himself up with a
Daniel's
triple
playing
charge.
Mama. Daniel's playing chat Mama tonight. Get to your room, young man. I heard that. You're not eating supper tonight.
I'm still trying to find information on that ammo.
Who's
You could probably just call him though.
Gold dot. I'm
Just
gonna
get a
make
box. I mean, like, just get a box of Spear Gold Dots, find the phone number on the back, and call them.
that it's not another flash in the pan like a lot of the frangible stuff in the last 18 months has been.
like the rip ammo, stuff like that.
Yeah, or the stuff that turns into angel dust and the moment it hits the target.
Yeah.
So I found a link to a SIG forum that's talking about it. I'm just kind of skimming through the post. But yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a new revision of Gold Dots, but I don't know what's so special about it. I mean, it apparently has a hollow, like an actual kind of shallow hollow point instead of like a deep hollow point. But that's really the only difference I can see just looking at it.
Right. I mean, other than inserting the cavity with a polymer tipped. And again, I don't know the specific details of their bullet now to do a word for word match on the differences.
Yeah, I mean, like the hollow point doesn't go that deep. It seems like it's all up at the top. I mean, you can't really tell much by the pictures, but it does have it does have the cuts all the way down to the side of the bullet, not just at the top.
So what it is it's basically instead of having like a really deep hollow point, it has a shallow hollow point filled with polymer, so that I'm thinking essentially it won't get filled up with clothing, for example, preventing it from expanding. It should have an easier chance to expand without being clogged. I'm guessing that's what its purpose is.
I wonder if the serrations are either deeper or not as deep than the traditional Gold Dot stuff we have now.
Well, wouldn't you think that at some point they're going to be able to, like, shape charge, like create the expansion they want by putting something there that expands at a different rate or doesn't expand at all? Or, I mean, doesn't compress at all? So
Right.
if you put some piece of plastic in there that's a certain shape, that might enhance the metal doing its job when it hits.
Absolutely. That's why I'm bringing it up. Is I'm actually kind of excited about it because this is a company that's an industry leader in high quality ammo. That for them to do it and to basically take, I don't want to say take what Hornady was doing and doing it better, but for lack of a better analogy, I'm going to say that is definitely exciting, if not at least interesting. I mean, because other than Hornady, at least off the top of my head, as far as the big manufacturers, I don't at least remember anybody else who uses any sort of inserts in their hollow points to prevent it from clogging and then expanding.
Their DB saying it's 147 grains.
Right. It's currently in a 9mm 147, so it's heavy for caliber. I guess I just get excited over little things. Because a lot of times, there aren't necessarily huge, changes in technology. A lot of it comes a little bit at a time.
So were you all down with those rips?
No.
They were a change, aren't they?
Oh, it's definitely a change. I'm interested in change, but
Yeah, it's nice to see something fresh.
but my interest doesn't necessarily mean that I run out and go buy, and put my life on the line for it.
What about the? I forgot
I
what
like
they're
that.
called. Those ones, Yankee and
No.
Marine got all excited about the lightweight one.
I think it's interesting, and I like to see the technology as far as different possibilities.
Liberty Defense.
Liberty, yes. I was
Yeah.
That's right. Hey, here's
but-
a new concept. Let's not put any mass at all in the thing. That'll make it better.
Right. Well, I think. Well, I like to
With
see.
velocity, no mass, we have lots of energy.
I like to see innovation, although obviously most of the time it doesn't pan out, but every once in a while it does, and that's a brand new product line then that suddenly becomes the leader, and that's how Gold Dot became the gold standard. Although now it has a lot of competition with Federal's HST, at least as I see it anyway. I kind of wonder why they still make the HydroShock round. I'm sure there's a reason. Because it just, by performance, under the same
Because
company
people
umbrella.
old people still like it. They stick by it. They keep buying it.
Well, that's I'm
Still
sure
at
if
the
they can
band.
sell enough of it. Yeah. If people are loyal to it and they still sell it, they're not going to pull a brand. Or it doesn't cost them anything.
The reason I say that is because, granted, it may not be applicable, but I work for a company. We didn't make our own product. We made lead-acid batteries. Well, we made everybody else's that you've ever heard of.
Did
at
you ever
that
hear
time.
the environment? You just don't care about the environment?
Yeah, that's it. Where was I going with this? Oh, anyway, to manage that many individual SKUs or products, what we sacrificed were larger production runs. And what you lose in larger production runs is driving your costs down. So whether it's profit to us or profit to the customer or to the end user at the very end of the chain, they're the ones who end up paying more money for a product that we could have gotten to them for less. But because we had to carry more SKUs, meaning lower productivity, it drove the cost up. And I would think that would apply to ammunition manufacturers who may not necessarily have dedicated production lines. They occasionally have changeovers. Because it's pretty expensive to have full-blown production lines do nothing but the same thing 24/7. Every time you have a changeover, when machines are down and people are working on changing the equipment, the alloys, the other materials that go into it, that's money lost. And all that money has to be made up into the costs that you're charging your customers, and of course you have to remain competitive. So somebody doesn't take in and take your spot. So it's just difficult to do that and remain highly profitable. Which is why I'm surprised that for product lines that don't seem to really do that well, why they just don't drop them. End of diatribe. I put everybody asleep, huh?
Got
And you wonder why I love doing chats. I can't even be in one, let alone host one, without killing half the crowd.
Oh, minor detail.
Well, everybody's looking at the side chat, all trying to create a mental picture.
Let me stop fucking with you. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say you really need to put a shirt on.
It's not like I had like my titties out or nothing. I'm not court. I'm not in here rubbing my nipples and shit.
And on that note, the chat just took a turn for...
Better.
How do you know? It could have gotten a lot more popular right there. Who knows?
I keep that going, man. I bring life into this motherfucker. You talking about shit? I'm fucking beat. What's going on? What we talking about?
Talking
Hey,
about,
Dano,
trying to talk about
that-
some hot ammo, not hot black guys.
damn, thank you for letting me know I was hot.
Yeah, nobody ever said anything about being hot.
No,
Thank you, Dano. Baby, I'm hot.
I assumed the room you were in was hot.
Yeah, okay. That ain't the way I heard it. It's a lot of homosexualness, babe. I know. There's these gay people up here, babe.
Make it uncomfortable for a man to be naked in chat.
Gary, did you see my picture on Instagram and you said, is that a chicken? Is that what you said? Or something earlier? Huh?
What you say, B?
I said, when you were talking about a picture earlier on Instagram, did you say something about, is that a chicken or something? Is that what you said?
Nah, I said that. What did I say?
I forgot what you said. You said something, but then you got cut off.
Let me look. What picture is it? Did I type it in the comment?
No,
Wait,
in here you
time
said
for a
it.
serious question. Spear the company, other than components for ammunition, and their Lawman line and their Gold Dot line, what other
broke up.
products do they have?
You broke up. All I heard was components. What?
Okay, is Spear the company, the ammunition maker,
Mm-hmm.
other than selling components for ammunition to other companies as well as to individuals, and their Lawman line of ammunition and their Gold Dot line of ammunition, what other products do they have, if any?
Okay, that's it. I think.
What does it matter? What other products does McDonald's have? Besides their burgers and their fries. And their
They had
burgers
Chipotle.
and their chicken sandwich.
They used to have Chipotle.
Multiple products, and I'm not talking about. I mean, I don't think there's an. I guess I don't follow your analogy. Yeah,
I
there.
don't understand your question.
Well,
What are
that's
you asking? Like if Spear makes something else? I don't.
well. If you
Wow.
don't
If you
know,
look
that
at their website, all they make is Gold Dot and Lawman, and something called Lawman Clean Fire, which I'm going to consider as Lawman. And then it's ballistic tables and a bunch of other stuff. So they only sell 2 lines right now, it looks like.
right, and then there's short barrel stuff. Okay, well that was my question. That was it.
Oh, well, Lawman's good. Range ammo. I like their range ammo. I like their low recoil shotgun rounds. 12 gauge.
I'm assuming no one's done like an interview with them or any kind of factory tour with them that you guys have seen.
I don't even know where they're located.
Interesting. They sell ammunition we're not even allowed to have up here.
Where are you not allowed
According
to?
to their website, they're in Lewiston, Idaho.
Are you so Flath? Are you not allowed to have hollow points?
Oh no, we're not allowed to have 25 auto or 32 ammo.
Oh, it's the caliber. Too
Yeah,
small.
the caliber.
Is that because it's the whole thing about how it's like a smaller gun or whatever, and you can't,
Oh,
they don't like...
don't. The 25 and the 32 is prohibited ammunition because they're
Pocket pistol.
armor. They're armor piercing rounds, and
What?
they're Saturday night special
Gotcha.
ammunition.
Yeah.
I think we had a chat about. I think we had like an hour-long chat about this a couple months ago.
Oh yeah.
Say-
I understand. It's not the reality. It's the perceived, altered reality. You know how Hollywood in the movies is as far as most people need to go for their information on firearms.
Yeah.
Of course, I saw it. Didn't you see the movie?
Yeah, but you also see when the guy got shot with a 12 gauge that the guy that got shot flew back 15 feet.
Yeah.
That glass is so awesome.
So what size boot is that you're drinking out of?
Movie, man. That movie was
I don't know.
That's a Canadian leader.
Do you have to do that turn thing? Like in Beer
This
Fest?
ain't. This is like 2 liters.
Can I get a liter of cola?
Have you seen Beer Fest?
They have better boots in that movie.
Do you have to do the turn thing so it doesn't splash all over you?
Well, here, listen to this.
ice is out.
I shouldn't have ate that last
The,
break.
the wife hates it when I drink out of this thing. It annoys her.
I like the fact it has your name on it. That's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's only in stickers. My little sister got me this for Christmas last year. Best present I ever got to annoy the wife.
Did you ever try to wear it? Put it on? It's a boot.
I have a size 13 foot. This is like a size...
Well, that's what I thought. It looked like a child's boot. You know.
Pretty much.
I'm gonna get my
Well,
kid.
if you had like a small kid or maybe a monkey that had to walk across like a shallow pool of acid, that would be perfect.
Sweet.
So I got another Canadian.
Yeah, no, that's...
Do you have limits on the volume of ammunition that you can buy at one time?
No.
Other than a store's policy. I mean, if you want to go in and buy, whether it be 1,000 rifle rounds or whatever.
I could buy as much ammunition, as many firearms as I want in one go.
Oh, okay.
About 5 years ago, I actually priced out a pallet of 39 by... Yeah, no, I priced out a pallet of 7.62 by 39.
Wow.
This was probably 5 years ago, and it would cost me about $3,000.
How many rounds?
And a pallet.
How much though?
Okay, how many rounds?
Is that
Well, it's
like
a metric
3,000?
pallet.
Yeah, a metric pallet. I don't know, probably close to 1 million rounds. I don't know. Pallet, that would be...
That's what is that price per bullet? That's crazy low.
Yeah.
7.62 by 39. It is roughly... At that time, it was 2.3 cents a round.
Yeah, right. That's fucking.
It's awesome.
That's fucking crazy. Awesome.
But they do have restrictions on how much gunpowder you can buy at one time, and how much gunpowder you can store
That's the way it is here too.
at your residence. You're allowed to store, I believe it's up to 50 pounds of black powder.
Just buy a whole bunch of 50 BMG, and then you got all the powder and the cartridge.
Yeah, but you're also looking at down near $15 a round.
You can own as much powder as you want here, as long as you have like stored separate. Which I don't know if when they say stored separate, I don't know if it has to be separate property or just like a separate building.
That varies.
What are you reloading that you have to slam into?
I have a primer that is stuck in this tube, so I basically had to disassemble half my freaking press.
Is that what you were cursing about?
Oh, that's
Yeah. Yeah. Take the entire priming assembly out, like disassemble fucking everything.
You
Just
took the
because
tool head off and everything.
well, I took the tool head off to make it easier so I have room to work, but
just
yeah.
suck on it. It'll come out.
Super annoying.
Real reloading problems over there.
It'd be good for your lungs.
So if you accidentally inhaled the primer, would you be scared to poop? Because it might go off when you poop.
Don't want any popping in your poop.
I won't have to light my fart after that. Fuck, how do I get this shit out of here? God damn it.
Restroom pop.
You got a coat hanger?
Not a metal one.
If you put a coat hanger in there, just make sure you don't hit it too hard.
I already took out the anvil, so it can't. Hopefully it can't explode on me.
Oh, it's just right there at the end.
Yeah, it's like less than an eighth of an inch stuck in there, but it's just because the primer is like splayed out a little bit, so I guess it got flattened partially flattened somehow, and then I tried to jam it in there because I didn't think it was that badly damaged. Next thing you know, it's freaking stuck.
If you get to go
Too
off,
bad Chris ain't here. He could tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, the swag pack you're doing, G-Webs, there's only like, what, 25 of those? Or is there 100 of those? Yeah,
There's 100.
100 of those? Okay.
And if you keep an eye on my channel in the next 2 days, I'm going to have a giveaway.
Oh, dang. Good thing I'm subscribed.
Don't go to school, don't go to work, just watch Dano's channel.
Just stay on all social medias watching for giveaways all day.
And for those listening, it is actually just clicked over to Sunday, October, at least in my time zone, Sunday the 12th. So in the next 48 hours, I will put out a video on Just Dan O, that's O not zero, with the question and the instructions on how you can win the Glocktober swag giveaway, courtesy of Glock, as well as some of our partners and sponsors.
Okay, I got a question. What's this October thing?
It's the best month of the year.
Are you guys getting sick and tired of asking this or what?
Nope, not at all. But for those of you listening, you can simply go to Glocktober, all one word, .us, and it has everything you need to know as far as how you can win. Although you can go to Just Dano on YouTube and find out. It's not just my channel. There are many channels that are helping in this effort in giving away these very. This is what I'm calling them. But actually, G-Webs as well as another gentleman have put it together. So G-Webs, if you're available, I'll let you take it from here.
That's pretty much it. You got it.
Dan, what did you say the website was? Glock.what?
Glocktober.us.
Oh, I haven't been to it yet.
Glocktober.us.
Have I just? Yeah, I've been.
Just go up to any iPad and just say Glocktoberus, 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 and it'll appear.
The shit out of Glocktober.
Tiptoeing in my Jordan.
So I think Google's got a hold of it.
Tiptoeing in my Jordan.
Okay, we got.
Hey man, I'm trying to spice this thing up.
He has the Glocktober spirit.
Is that what you call it now? Tightening it up?
Spicing it up. Spicing it
You
up.
young
Hey,
kids and all your slang for masturbation?
am I gonna like is the Glocktober target thing? Is that like a contest?
That's
Well,
he's-
he made it, and then I threw a pack on the end so that there's a reason to shoot it, yeah. We need somebody, I think Ralph said that he was sick of doing or he didn't have time to do the shoots every month, so if somebody wants to organize a shoot every month, we'll provide the prize or whatever.
I've got a target for like it's 22 bullseye. It's like made for 50 yards. A bullseye match tap target.
Alright, hold on. It can't be boring, though. It has to be something
Oh,
interesting.
okay. Well,
Like,
that's
here's
pretty
here's
hard.
a standard target. Shoot at it. Like, no. That should be something fun.
Shoot a penny.
There's enough holidays in the year, you probably got
Anybody seen the fly paper targets?
the holiday theme. You got Christmas, you got Thanksgiving, you got, New Year's, you've got President's Day for February. What do you got? St. Patrick's Day in March.
No. Every day. About Thanksgiving to any Canadian that's watching. Happy Thanksgiving. Take her easy. Don't drink and drive.
What?
Well,
Your
we were
Thanksgiving is
Oxford.
now?
Hey, it's Thanksgiving tomorrow, or on Saturday, on Sunday.
Well, in Canada?
They've never really
Yeah.
got calendars, so at least they got calendars, but they didn't know what to do with them, so that's how it came out on it. You know?
Nah, we're just
Yeah.
better.
Turkey?
Well, don't you guys
They're
have
like, we have to beat them at their own game.
don't you
We
guys have
like to have a holiday.
November?
We like to have a holiday every month, not every second month.
It's Thanksgiving, but they have like a fish, so it's like different.
Codfish. Boiled codfish.
Exactly, a boiled
Oh.
fish. No flavorings, because that wouldn't be Canadian. It's to be authentic Canadian.
Go to Newfoundland and go kiss a cod.
You know, Daniel's serious when he has the eye goggles on. He's expecting something to go pop.
Safety first.
Oh, speaking of Canada, I seen a new Trailer Park Boys thing on today on the Netflix.
On Netflix, they're making a
Like
movie
live
or
thing.
something.
Oh no, it's SwearNet. It was introduction
Yeah.
to SwearNet.
Yes, SwearNet dot something. I don't know. Yeah,
So you
no,
get
they're making
all
a
the
movie.
dudes without their.
What the hell is that?
You see them all
What the
without
hell
their.
are you doing?
He's got a drill to drill that thing out.
Going crazy on that motherfucker.
But anyway, you see them without their like. What do they call that? In character, so they're just regular dudes. Although
Yeah.
they're like 90% character when they're regular dudes.
So they were just doing an advertisement. They weren't doing.
No, it was sort of like a live show thing. I like what they do. They sort of don't do standard stuff, so that's behind this. It's what do they call those like fake documentaries or whatever? It's like behind the scenes, but it's not behind the scenes because it's all rehearsed, but it's meant to look like it's all just happening or whatever.
Yeah, it's a fakedocumentary.
Talking about a mockumentary, like Spinal Tap.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
yeah.
But they're only making fun of themselves, so I mean, I don't even know what to call it.
This,
It would-
no, I know last year they restarted the show again. I don't know if it was just last year or whether they're going to continue it or not.
Well, didn't they do it just for Netflix season?
Right.
This
Yes.
last season?
Yeah.
I'm
I
happy
just-
with that. That's pretty neat.
I don't know if they're going to continue that.
I suspect they will, because they keep making these specials all the time. People still think they're hilarious.
I mean, I would think it's a fairly cheap show to make.
Exactly.
Well, probably back in the beginning, it was pretty cheap. Now I'm pretty sure production costs are starting to get amped up a bit. But tell you the truth,
Well,
I
but
don't
they're
think.
not exploding cars or like going on location. I mean, they're fairly inexpensive. They're just doing it more professionally or whatever. It can't be more than a
Yeah.
real TV show.
Oh,
Yeah, they went
Regal
from-
show?
They went from 8mm to at least low quality, high definition.
I mean, it's kind of like a Canadian version of Dumb and Dumber.
No, I think it's a little bit funnier than that. Dumb and Dumber was pretty bad.
Well, yeah, that's true. I agree. It is. It's a show I actually watch. It just.
I don't know. It's hard to explain what Trailer Park Boys was all about. What kind of stupid? Have you guys watched? The hell is that show? Kenny vs. Benny, or Kenny?
You mean the cartoon?
No,
You're just making up shows.
it's a real life. Or
Oh. I mean, we have like.
I'm not making up shows.
I don't think we get Canadian shows too much, except
No.
for like when they push us on a prime time.
Kids in the Hall we got.
I mean,
That's
we have
about
like, stupid shows
That
like
was
the
Canadian.
Duck Commander stuff. Or what's that show called?
Cross dressing.
You know what? That show has ruined my life.
But I mean, it shows you can call them smart Americans or stupid Americans or whatever you want to call them, but it shows that element. They're making a lot of money.
Okay, I like watching Duck Dynasty and all that, but they have ruined the beard. Like me, I've had this beard since 2007, 2006. And now everyone that I work with is like, hey, Duck Commander or Duck Dynasty, how's it going? Hey, Jeb, hey, how's it going? I'm like,
God, they get so
fuck
annoying.
you. It's like, God. Like, I got one guy I'm working with, he calls me Jeb all the time.
He probably does it just because he knows it bothers you.
Oh, I'm ready to run him over with my fuel truck.
Oh God.
Oh, the guy is so bloody annoying.
What time is it?
It is 10 after 11.
Did you get it out, Daniel? Did you get the primer?
No.
Are you more upset that
looks defeated.
that you can't reload, or that your thing is broken?
He looks pissed.
I'm more upset that I can't get this fucking primer out. Like, I drilled a hole straight through it, and then I tried to like step it up to bigger drill bits, but then the bigger drill bits just push it in further.
What? Is it like turned sideways?
You got a pull-out?
No.
Just take the tube, lay it on a flat surface, grab a sledgehammer, and bash the crap out of it.
Yeah.
How about this? It shouldn't wreck anything, but you lay the tube out pretty much vertically with the table, and you just tap it.
No, not gonna work. I already know it's not gonna work because I've been trying that.
Is it stuck just in the tube and it just got like wedged in the tube? Is that all that happened?
So imagine here's a primer, right?
Yeah, I know.
Great, now I drop a fucking primer.
Okay, I know what the primer looks like. You don't have to show me the primer.
Bang!
So see the cup on the primer?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine the rim of that cup, the top of the rim of that
Right.
cup has been peeled out a little bit because
Oh, dang.
because it's been attempted to shove into a case like at the wrong angle, so like part of it got bent outwards, and then I put it in and I tried to tap it down a little bit and then it got stuck.
Stuck in the case. That is kind of.
Is that tube?
So even though I drilled a hole straight through it, the outside rim
outside
is
shell
still
still
rubbing it. It's still turned out into basically the wall of the tube.
Where is it stuck at in there? Does it look the same? This is a 50 cal. It might be different.
No, this is not. This isn't in the
It's
cartridge.
stuck in a
It's in
primer
the
to
tube
the
that feeds the loader.
Oh, okay.
The
It's just
internal
like-
diameter of the tube approximately the same size as the 22 or smaller.
So
No,
stuck
it's
in-
smaller. It's the size of a primer, so that a primer can't turn around inside the tube once it's in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only just a shim bigger than the primer itself, and the primer's smaller than a 22.
Well, so would you say it's like 0.18? I'm just wondering if a wooden dowel that worked in a 22, because it's got to be smaller than a 22, the wooden
How's that?
dowel.
I was gonna use a wooden dowel,
The
but I
coat
don't have.
hanger would work better. The coat hanger diameter would be a good diameter, I would think.
Don't you have another primer tube you can use until
You don't
then?
have a.
This is This is not a primer tube. This is the primer magazine. I only get one per type. I have one small and one large.
Gotcha.
Is
Fortunately,
this the small or the large?
small.
So then, do you have like a file?
What do you mean?
You mean like a rat tail?
I have a
Well,
file
no,
set, but it's not long
it's
enough to
small
go.
file.
It's not long enough to go from the opposite side.
You can't get in this side? I'm just thinking if you can catch the thing and move it back and forth, it's just brass. It'll bend eventually.
Right.
And then if you can get it loose, then it'll come out. So if you can get something with a grip on it, like a file might give you enough grip. Otherwise, I would go with some sort of a barb on the end of like a coat hanger, so I could pull it out the end that it's closest to.
Yeah,
That's
I'm gonna try and rig something with paracord.
Ooh, paracord. So like a knot.
Yes.
Interesting. He went with the soft end instead of the hard method of getting it out. You're not going to get this kind of troubleshooting on a non-gun chat.
Ooh, Robbie's got a good idea. Heat the tube up where the primer is to make it expand a little bit. And
That's not going to help though, because it's brass.
This is an
No,
aluminum
man.
tube. Is it
So
an aluminum tube?
they're just going to go right along with each other.
going to change the shape of the tube. You apply
I
too much.
see.
I think that's what he was trying to say is heat up the tube so that the tube expands a little bit and the primer can slide through it.
With
But-
steel, or with steel pipes and things like that, that works very well. Materials that have a much lower melting point, tends to have some drawbacks. I don't know exactly what he's talking about. That's a very good idea for steel.
Right. Well, aluminum's not very. Well, he said it was aluminum too, right, Daniel? So it's not very susceptible to heat, anyways.
No, it doesn't expand and contract. DB, how is he going to fix this? Come on.
DB's gonna hire somebody to get one of his Glock.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
He fires the assistant that bought this unit, and he goes to the other apartment where another unit is set up.
You don't have a brass cleaning rod that fits in it?
That's disrespectful. He went somewhere where we were telling him what to do.
Just smack it through there.
Well, we had already asked him about that. He said he didn't have something like that. I don't know.
Damn, that sucks. Damn, that sucks.
And you know he was just bragging about all that powder he got, and he was going to spend all weekend reloading, and now he's got this. It's got to be freaking him out.
He's going to spend all Sunday priming.
Dano,
I know somebody who's going to have an extra tube.
Dano, you're reloading now too? Holy crap.
No. I still don't have enough 7.62 by 39 ammo for my liking till I start buying other things.
You're going to reload 7.62 by 39?
No. But whenever and it doesn't happen very often, but if I get a caliber that I don't already have, because I got an AK, well then that means that in my mind that I have to have enough AK ammo or of that particular variation.
No, there's no such thing as enough ammo. I always can have more.
Well, exactly, but we all have financial constraints.
But if you reload, you can get more easily.
But
Don't you impose no financial restraints on yourself, really?
But I won't buy another gun or any other what I'll call significant expenditures in that hobby until I have enough 7.62 by 39 to satisfy my minimum requirement. And for me, my minimum requirements are 3,000 plus rounds.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Well, don't talk to my wife because she might try to sell you some of mine.
And in my more calibers that I shoot, more regularly, I have.
She heard that.
What?
She heard it.
Man.
Because of where I live,
Who was that? Who was that?
Is that Flath's wife?
He was just talking about his
What did
wife.
he-
Something. He said something about don't let my wife know you're looking for ammo because she'll probably sell some of mine. And then you hear her in the background like, what was that?
Exactly.
He's sitting there just smiling, looking off to the side, like, oh crap.
Yep.
I'm talking about PAMO. That's a thing in America that we don't know about here.
Yeah. No, but it seems like about every 2-3 years in my state, the politicians somebody always brings up, oh well, let's get an ammo tax, and it's not like a percentage or even per box. It always comes up as per bullet.
Hillary proposed that when she was in the Senate.
Well, Hillary's an idiot.
What? Don't talk about our next president like that.
So the only way I can counteract my irrational fear of them getting the best of me is to have a significant amount on hand.
Or have a significant amount of reloading components so you can make your own without the tax.
Well, no, they always throw in a component on there as well.
Yeah, I'm
Just
saying
like,
grab the components for the tax, though. So
Skull Bonnie. Skull.
They're not going to leave a reloading loophole in there.
Exactly.
I meant before. I mean, buy the components now cheaper, and then you have the components to make your 762 later after the tax.
Well, one or the other, but either buy it complete or buy it in parts, but buy it.
Yeah. Oh, that's my goal for next year is buying a progressive reloading press.
I mean,
I'd
but
like
I've
more
always,
of a conservative reloading press myself.
I've always
Always
been
make my own
interested in possibly investigating reloading. I always come up to suddenly a gun that I would like to buy before I get to the reloading, so I never quite make it.
Mm.
It's like, gee, there's this certain gun out there that suddenly I'm all excited about getting. And well, that eats up the money I was putting towards reloading.
Well, you got, like, for me, yeah, I know, I'm the same way. Okay, well, this here deal just came up, but it'll eat into this expense. But
You just gotta do it.
what is more, what's better? If I continue saving up for this thing, or should I spend money on this awesome deal?
Do I want a new gun, or do I want another gun safe? Which is more fun? The new gun or the gun safe?
Gun
Gun
safe.
safe is pretty fun, actually. It's really neat knowing a gun safe.
Well, I own one now, but that was only.
Don't you agree then? I mean,
What's
once you have a decent safe that you could put your stuff in, and whenever you leave, you know your stuff's going to be there when you get back, isn't that better than not having one, for sure?
Oh, absolutely.
Like a nice, classy safe. With
Yeah,
a bar
once you
and
go
it and
from
shit.
locker to safe and whatever, like even if it's the cheap kind, like
Mhm.
when you go from just a metal wall to a big thick metal wall with drywall and a nice lock, feels good.
Or just a bunch of plastic Tupperware boxes stacked in the corner. Says something.
I don't know, but dude, it's a lot of peace of mind, man. Like living in an apartment complex. Go out of town for a few days and worry about shit coming up missing. When you come home and the door's kicked in or something. Because I live in an apartment complex that had an apartment break-in every weekend, and I lived there for 2 years. So it's fucking incredible. I mean, there's like
Weird.
700.
They stopped as soon as he moved.
Yeah, well, I got the fuck out of there. That's part of the reason I got out. But I used to, at
Once
that
you were
point,
going through the same apartments over and over, it got boring anyway.
I had 3 handguns, and I kept them in one of those Sentry fire safes with the combination lock. They're like maybe 2 feet tall.
What was the combination of that lock?
Well, it was in a number between 20 and then another number between 1 and 50, 175. I don't know. And then I was like, holy shit, I got this fancy schmancy 1911 in there. And I read on the High Road or one of them fucking forums, like, if you put a gun in one of those things, it'll rust it because the fire safe from Home Depot is like full of moisture. That's what makes it fireproof. And then I got really scared. Then I started like.
Were
Use
you
it
reading
like that.
stuff on the High Road when Yankee was writing stuff on the High Road? Because
Was it High Road or High Times?
The highroad.org. I was on there like 07, 06. Was Yankee on there? Hell yeah. He was there putting pictures up of guns and talking shit, I
he
guess.
keeps saying it. I never really paid attention to that for him.
Were you ever on there?
No, they always seemed really ornery over there, so I never
Pretty
really
much, yeah.
participated.
I joined there, and I joined Glock Talk, and I joined all the little gun forums, like 1911.org, M19, whatever, the 1911 forums, and Glock forums, and a SIG forum, and I think I was like Smith & Wesson. Any gun I owned, I joined the forum to talk shit, The Keltec Owners Group, KTOG, I joined that. And soon as I bought a Keltec, I signed up and was like, "Hey, what's up?" And I just bought it, and everyone's like, "Congratulations! Now do the fluff and buff. You want your gun to work? Do the fluff and buff."
That sounds like a porn thing.
Yeah,
Welcome to the
fucking
forum. Now
ridiculous.
bend over this chair to get ready for a fluff and buff.
Deliverance.
And that'll be
Deliverance,
$50.
Paul. No, but the only reason I remember Yankee because his photos of his guns were really nice. You know, he would have the professional lighting and the gun and some ammo and fucking all this shit, and he was like, wow, the lighting was really good, and it looked awesome. There was a couple of those dudes who were doing that on those forums, like really high. I don't know how high grade it is, but I mean, it looked like an advertisement, better than an advertisement.
Any luck on that tube? Looks like he's throwing a hammer in there.
He's not happy yet.
So they're definitely adamant about the constricting with heat or whatever. Is there any? I don't think you can hear us.
Was he using a heat gun?
No, he's not. That's why I was wondering. To me, it doesn't seem like it would work. Aluminum with a piece of thin brass inside just seems like there's no incentive for that brass to stay put. It's going to just expand exactly the same with the aluminum in my mind. But if there's any legs to that, then you might as well try it. And I was just going to suggest, if you're going to do it with a heat gun, then heat it, but then maybe blast the brass piece with like a canned air so it immediately freezes inside of the hot tube. That might get you some difference in size.
So it looks like aluminum does actually expand faster than brass with heat. It says the brass fractional expansion per degree Fahrenheit times 10 to the -6 is 11, and for aluminum it is 13. So it's a very minor difference, but might be enough to actually get something out of it.
But if you're applying it with a heat gun instead of a flame, that's a relatively slow method to transfer heat compared to flame. And being that their transfer rates they're different, but they're kind of similar, pretty close.
Yeah. I'm just saying the aluminum is higher than the brass, so it's worth a try in my opinion. I'm not saying it's going to work, but it's better than.
I don't know how expensive it is to replace that tube or not. That's also part of the decision.
That's true.
I wouldn't want to accidentally crack a tube or something, or warp it, which would probably be worse, because then you think everything's fine, and all of a sudden you start throwing a bunch of primers down there, and all of a sudden they're all stuck. Because you warped the tube. You have an oval, not a tube, not a circle.
Then you can just apply even more heat and get those out, and repeat the process over and over again.
There you go.
I wonder if you could improvise like a soda straw or something instead. Or if it
Get a
is
metal-
aluminum weight.
Get a metal coat hanger and just tap it down with that.
Well, apparently he's already drilled through it, so that doesn't sound like it's much of an option anymore. It's difficult.
But he might be able to get the coat hanger stuck on the primer and kind of fish it out. I don't know.
True. I mean, if he could turn it sideways, that might give him a little leverage.
Is this a lot of work to get a primer out, or you just move on at that point?
Eventually. Well, you have to use the tube in order to continue to use the automatic portion of the machine.
It's kind of like a house of cards.
Oh, I see. It's more about his machine than a primer.
Right, the primer took the tube out of commission, which makes it so you can't just do the machine automatically. Too bad Chris isn't here to learn this valuable lesson.
Yeah.
And Chris bought one of those big green eggs, I heard. Like the big green egg. You know the big green egg?
No, what is that supposed to mean?
It's like a barbecue. It's like an outdoor barbecue thing. It's like a big green thing.
Finally, we've been telling you what to do this whole time.
God damn it. What?
Is it fixed now?
No.
Any potential that heat, the consensus seems to be that there's a heat differential between brass and aluminum.
But this is... I don't think... This isn't brass. Like, the primer is not brass. It's, silver looking.
Nickel.
Nickel, yeah.
Well, but I mean, is it in a situation you're the only one that could see it? Is it possible that if we were to get that aluminum out a little bit, that would let the primer part go free, or is it jammed too much?
I do not know. So I basically screwed in a screw, and I've been trying to pull it out that way.
That's what I would try to do.
This thing is so jammed up in there, like it's not even funny.
Is it possible a regular primer will go right past it now, or no?
A regular what?
Can you use the tube anyway? In other words, can a regular primer just go right past it?
No, these
The
even if it was completely drilled out, which is not, these tubes are designed so that they're very tight tolerances to what like the primer dimensions.
Gotcha.
thing
Do you
about
have a
using that
wooden
screw-
dowel that would work?
Yeah, I was gonna get a wooden dowel, but Home Depot is guaranteed to be closed. It's
How
10
about like a chopstick you can whittle down?
not long enough.
Or a skewer? Oh, you really? It needs to go from the other end?
It's gotta go from here. Otherwise, it's like right here.
But
It's
it-
like
you
right
can't-
there.
You can't pull it out to your right?
No, I've been trying to do that with a screw. It won't come out.
Okay.
The
The screw won't bite it?
The problem with
The screw taps in, but it won't move. The primer
Do
will
you
not
have
budge.
toothpicks? Do you have
the
toothpicks?
problem. Okay, the problem with using the screw is what you're doing is you're putting that screw in and expanding the primer.
True. But
What
do you
you
have
need-
toothpicks? You can throw 3 toothpicks down there, put the screw through the middle. That'll really push it out, and then you can move it down towards the end where it's supposed to come out. If the screw itself isn't, there's not enough brass for the screw to like bite into, right? You could add some toothpicks to fill the gap.
No, the screw will tap in, but once the screw taps in, nothing moves.
Oh, it's
It wasn't moving before. It's like super, pretty much like the center is drilled out, but the sides are still like pushing into the sides. Still have like that tension.
Then I'm going with a coat hanger or a tap, and you rip the brass. You start pushing it back towards the long end, and it's either going to rip or it's going to move down.
Or commit to waiting
He
till
doesn't
morning,
have any like cleaner way.
your tube, and just go to Home Depot first thing. Because as you start to, you're gonna have
No,
less and less
come on.
material.
That's
as-
giving up. That's giving up.
I'm getting my
Give it
heat
up.
gun.
Oh,
It's-
Pump some butter down the bottom of the tube.
it's not giving up if you take a 5-minute break.
There's juice in that motherfucker. It'll come right out.
I mean, I don't know the cost it is to replace that tube.
$20,000.
Well, we're talking about him being able to keep reloading right now. That's the main thing.
And I'm thinking about
My heat gun's in the storage unit.
spend $60 on a replacement tube.
What
I might as
about
well- I'm pretty much might as well buy a replacement tube at this point because it's so scratched up and damaged. I don't even know if it'll feed properly.
do you have canned air to try to freeze the brass piece in there?
Yeah. Upside down, right?
Yep. If you freeze the brass piece, it might contract just a bit. Get something ready to.
Shit.
Also, that's highly poisonous. Don't breathe.
Also, it's like wet.
It's the freezing of your skin you don't want to do.
Yeah, I just don't have anything hard to push it out with. Like this is a plastic rod. This is not working.
That's what she said.
Not what she said. Not what she said.
What about freezing it and then the screw? If the screw, does that help it get a bite?
That's what I'm trying right now.
Isn't WD-40?
Oh, you've got the light bulb there. Is that a real light bulb? That might be able to help heat your tube. Heat
Oh,
it
there's
by
an
running it again.
there's an LED light bulb. It doesn't get hot.
Fucking environment.
You gotta go with it.
I got a heat gun you can borrow.
I'm done. I'm done.
It came
Got
out.
it?
No, I mean I'm done trying.
Oh, we
You're
could
a
have
quitter. You're a quitter, bro. You're a quitter.
hanging out with Dano.
Oh,
Dano in the
You're
Quitter
gonna
chat.
get money.
I didn't say stop. I said wait till they open.
You wanted him to do something rational tomorrow.
You're a quitter.
That's the same as quitting.
hey Dan, do you got a hair dryer?
Look at all
Yes.
these people that are like hanger. Who the hell has wire hangers anymore?
Yeah, all my hangers are
Mommy
plastic.
Dearest. Or maybe she doesn't.
I think like we have to improvise antennas anymore.
My cup's better than yours.
That's what he gets for not getting a cheap cleaning kit with some brass rats.
How about a
Yeah, what
potential
about
extractor?
What?
Damn it! I have a freaking clean. I'm stupid.
Yeah, a cleaning kit because the threaded ends on. Jesus.
I'm freaking stupid. Is this gonna fit? Nope. AR cleaning rod does not fit.
Ah.
Okay, never mind.
Damn, so
It's too big.
Yes, it's
It's like 21 caliber round or something. So
It's
it's
point-
down to 22.
the primer tube is 0.18 inches wide.
Well, there's an idea. Shoot it out with a 22 long rifle.
So in the morning, you bring the tube to Home Depot with you. Don't leave it at home. So when you go there, you can see if the insert fits.
Oh, they ain't gonna have nothing at Home Depot like that. Maybe a piece of tiny gas line. Do they even sell that at Home Depot? It would be all bendy and shit for a stove or something. I think. Do you have like a reloading store, right? Where you can buy that kind of tube?
There's one that I might be able to go to. About 40 minutes away. I'll call them in the morning.
Does that thing hold the weight of the tray up on top of it or something?
This tube?
Yeah.
No, this just holds the primers and feeds the priming system.
How do
Like,
you fill it with primers?
Oh, you have like another tube that you pick up, and then you go and then
Oh,
you
seriously?
place it on top and
So it's just literally like a chimney?
yes.
Oh, dude, you could take like take the cover of a magazine and roll it up around that tube, type it, and then just use that in place of that tube till tomorrow. If you just need the diameter of it, you can use anything as a tube then. I thought it was holding up the weight of the tray on top or something.
No, but it's like it's got this like it's not just a tube. It's got this like special little thing at the bottom. Like it interfaces with the rest of the with the primer feeding system.
Duct tape. Food work.
Duct paper mechanic wire fixes anything.
But it sounds like I was saying before, jokingly, that you could use a soda straw, but it almost sounds like you could use a soda straw or something to just replicate the function until you got a new fancy tube.
Technically, I can take all these cases out, hand prime them, and then run them through the press without using the bypassing the primer system. But
There
I
you
just
go.
wanted to fix this damn thing like right now.
I hear that.
Well, you said you already had a hole drilled out, right?
Yes.
Is there any way you can feed like a wire through that hole? Then tie a knot in the other end and give it a good yank.
You mean like electrical wire?
Chop all your fingers off.
You tried that with 550 already, right?
Yes,
Yeah, but what
and
about-
if I can't pull it out with a screw and pliers and that kind of force, then I highly doubt that string is gonna do any better.
What about electrical wire since it's made out of copper?
I don't have
And
electrical wire.
Well,
Nah, like, look, I mean, the string could work, right? Because, say you put the string through, because the hole in the middle, bring that string through all the way through the rod, tie a knot in it, and pull it back through. The knot is gonna hold. Like, it isn't that much fucking pressure. You probably could,
string, then use cord.
you probably could pull it out.
Like you got an old busted phone charger, use that.
Put a firecracker in it.
Just fucking shoot it. It ain't nothing to cut that bitch off.
I'm about ready to shoot it. Shit. Anybody got a 17 HMR? 17 HMR, I'll go right through, right?
My man, chitty chitty bang bang, motherfucker. He's a motherfucking
Barrel. That's barrel control. Oh my god, bad barrel control.
He's gonna shoot me through the internet.
Shit, hey, I hope you can dodge this motherfucker. my cousin. I was with my little cousin, right? And he had said something to me to the effect of basically saying he was gonna beat me up. And I said I had 17 reasons why that's a lie.
What kind of barrel you got in that gun?
Huh?
You have a conversion barrel in there or something?
Yeah, fucking long one.
Yeah, I thought I saw something sticking out that didn't look right.
Sometimes I like to carry 9mm. Just sometimes.
So what is that, a 20?
Yeah, it's a 23. It's a 40.
Oh, it's 23. Okay.
Sometimes I like to carry 9mm.
Yeah, that's what I did with mine 23. Except I got a Storm Lake.
I gotta get my sights adjusted, man. They're off. The motherfucker.
Get some
They gotta get pushed to the right a little bit.
Bullseyes all day long. With some troop low TFOs.
I got a blacked out rear with an XS big dot front.
Oh, okay. Well, that's another good one. I like the XS big dots.
Yeah, I had the rear, but fucking working. The dude at the gun show was being so like not trying to give me my fucking money back and shit. So, like instead of sitting there arguing with this fucking dude over that, just he changed it out for me for free to the blacked out, and I was like, I'll take the blacked out one then. You know,
They're saying if you don't got a gun, you could use your stove.
It ain't nothing but a bitch joint.
How many watts is that light he's working off of? That's got to be generating some real nice heat.
Nice. That's an LED.
It's an LED specifically designed to not generate heat.
Oh, well, it was an idea.
It's probably just a 25-watt LED, if that.
It's 9 watt.
Oh,
yeah.
I was way off.
Hey, you guys know how people I've seen
You're
this
probably
on YouTube,
counting
right?
metric watt.
They take like pieces of people. I've seen this on YouTube, right? People take like pieces of their knives and shit and like put it on their electric stove. I guess heat anodizing it and then change the colors. Could you do that with a blowtorch?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
really?
how.
Make it look all weird.
Right now, live on chat.
Well,
I'm gonna make a rainbow sig.
well, with like ammunition cases, it's called burnishing. We burnish the case.
I was thinking it was something that had to do with like the electric stove. It just made it work.
Yeah,
Even
copper.
no.
It's gonna get all discolored.
Yeah.
that alternating color look to it.
I'll do that shit right now. Need something to hurt.
I'm just gonna hand prime it. Wasted. Well, it's been what, like an hour? I could have made fucking 500 rounds by now.
Would you listen to us instead? Whose garage door opener is going up and down?
Edge.
Yeah, I'm reloading too. I'm doing 50 cal. Reloading device. Yep, just popped another one out.
Fuck Edge.
You know, it's fucked up. Is Edge wanted to get into reloading too.
Everybody wants to get into reloading. That's a cool thing.
I think he's going to do a reloading thing on Fridays.
We're going to change it to a reloading channel.
You know it.
Cause you're a good girl and you know it.
You know, so who makes the best primers?
Yeah,
Is somebody in like an empty storage unit?
CCCI the most.
Sounds like somebody's in an empty storage unit.
You'll probably
This
see.
is where I do my reloading. I only reload 50 cal in a storage unit. Dano, did you know I was trying to type this information for you because you were like, what else does Spear make?
Yes.
Did you know that ATK, like the Spear and Federal, are the same under the same umbrella? So they
Well,
don't have
I
to make much.
one was the parent company of the other, but I didn't know which one it was.
No, there really is. ATK is the parent company of both of them, so they're just good to go.
Hey, DB, you know your boy Waka Flocka got locked up for bringing a gun into an airport?
You know what's funny is he said it was his fiance's 5.7.
You mean Too Short?
Fully loaded 5.7, like in an
You talking
airport.
about Too Short?
No,
Waka Flocka.
that happened to him recently too, right?
Too Short. That happened to him in L.A. and he just booked. He left
Yeah,
all
he's
his
walking
personal belongings and he just left.
Who is
you
that?
know,
They said that was the smartest thing he ever did. Man.
They're called.
Smart move on his part.
Too Short
Too
is a
Short
rapper.
is a rapper.
Sorry, they're
Oh,
thugs, dude.
Not the
They're
kind
all
of rapper that puts a protective plastic coating on candy, but the kind that uses.
You mean
rhymes.
these thug ass rappers be going to the airport with their guns, man? They should know
but
better.
you just don't strike me as the
It's
guy
like the new rap gun, man. Like the 5.7 is like the new Glock to rap.
No, you don't have to tell me, dude.
Every rapper is talking like rapping about the 5.7 or shit.
So
I've seen
G,
a couple.
when you're not actively in a chat, are you listening to rap in the background?
I'm
Who, me?
listening to rap right now.
Oh, hell
No,
no.
you're listening to crap, not rap.
You're a hater, bro. You're a hater.
Go back to the 90s.
Dude, don't be mad because Dano's listening to fucking Miley Cyrus's dad. You know, fucking cool. Achy breaky heart. When you used to drive around, and listen to like Billy Ray Cyrus and picking up chicks back in the 90s.
That was the 80s, wasn't it?
No.
You know,
No, that was 1991.
just to give you a clue, back in the 90s, DB, when you think I was driving around, I had 2 children and a wife.
Oh.
I was not driving around picking up chicks.
You should have been ashamed of yourself for driving around picking up chicks when you had a children wife.
Oh, you were picking up chicks, just not those chicks.
Well, I was
no,
going to
okay.
elementary school.
So back in the 80s when you were listening to Steve Miller Band, picking up chicks, driving around. I know how it is.
Picking up dudes, man.
And a
Picking up
Firebird.
dude. Oh, dude, I didn't know. Is this the
That's
hot
what
black? Is this the
Aerosmith-
hot black guy chat? I missed that.
When Aerosmith and AC/DC actually meant something, and they weren't just like senior rap, the AARP band.
That would be an awesome like indie rock, indie punk band, like hot black dudes, and it'd just be like some scrawny looking white guys.
Hey, it's the AARP band.
All right, guys. I have to get back to reloading. I'm only going to be reloading Stinger Hellfire missiles now. I've got this contraption.
Yeah, that's a good choice, man. It's a good fucking choice.
Good choice, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're so
Sure
expensive
will.
at the store, then you might as well save some money that way.
As long as you got the powder for it.
Especially
It
if
is
you're shooting a lot of
real.
them.
How you like this midterms? You guys registered to vote, or are you just going to be like, nah,
Oh, wait,
fuck you?
here, listen to this. Listen to this. I hear this
Stop
happened, and I'm not sure if it's legit or not. But you know how there's like you go to school and there's like a spring break.
Mhm.
Now there's a fall break allegedly
Oh, yeah.
out here where the kids have to have a spring break in the fall also.
Yep.
Is that a real thing?
Yes.
What?
It just happened.
Come on.
What?
They get a fall break. Well, first, listen to this. They get a
I can
fall break.
understand that it's pretty busy
Well,
right
first-
before the holidays, and you know you're gonna have to take a lot of time off. To
You
eat
get a
all
fall
presents.
break.
When I was a kid, you know, freaking 10 years ago or whatever, we had spring break and fall break and winter break.
What? I've never had a
Oh,
fucking.
and kids out here in Washington, they get like one Friday a month off.
What?
Just for the hell of it. Over here in Tucson, they get like Wednesdays off. Just whenever like I need to go somewhere on a Wednesday, that they're off.
Dude,
The
you know what
the teachers
when I
have
was in
something
school-
one Friday a month. They get like training or whatever, so the kids just go home.
When
Just
I was in
weird.
school, the best thing was not having to wear a uniform on like Fridays and shit.
There's never been a
Reform
fall
school.
break in Illinois.
So I'm about to fucking torch this shit and try to change the color. So if I blow myself up, it's gonna
It's
be
hard
loud
enough to get the kids to show up during the regular days.
Well, it's dangerous in Illinois to go to school.
You know, I would expect you, out of all people on this chat, other than me, to be able to pronounce that word correctly.
I know it annoys people from there.
And I won't say why.
And
What word?
you say Kansas, or you say Arkansas, that pisses them people off.
Because I'm being polite.
What word is that?
Dano. Dano.
And I,
What, Dano?
Somebody should know how to pronounce this state's name, other than
Dano, are you afraid that if you drop your Glock, you're going to break the fiber optics in your TFOs?
no.
All
No, I'm not.
right. Just
Be,
asking.
be afraid.
you've effectively lost the tempering of that handle now.
The damn thing's
Oh,
hot.
you're doing the clip. Now, don't you have to throw it in water or something to make it all colored more? Or no?
I don't know. You just told me heat it up.
Yes.
It's not changing color.
You're supposed
I
to
think
put it in cold water.
Oh, I gotta
you
put it
basically
in.
gotta. You're
No,
basically gonna
no,
screw with
no.
it. You don't always have to, but sometimes if it's not happening by itself, you have to.
Remember how Nathan
Um,
screwed up his board?
Can I touch
Sometimes
it?
you
Can
can
I
put
touch
oil
it?
in
Can
it.
I touch it?
Okay, what you need to do is you need to get a little bit of oil. Motor oil, vegetable oil, olive oil, whatever.
Let me
What
What's
get
you
the
it.
butter?
Not butter, oil. So what you do is you work from one end, like your clip's about yay long, give or take. You work from this end, and you heat it up slowly, and then as soon as you heat it up, you dunk it in oil. It'll heat treat it, and it'll save some of the structural strength, or what is it called, the tempering of the metal.
I don't give a fuck about that. It's just a little cheap knife.
Well,
Will it
but
help
if you
the color
turn your
change?
spring soft, it won't be a spring anymore. It won't be a spring clip anymore. It'll just bend all the time, and that'll be freaking super frustrating. So he's right. Don't quench it in water. Quench it in oil.
Okay, now, okay. Will that help the color change, and will that shit pop everywhere when I dunk it in there?
If you submerge it quickly, if you submerge it quickly, it won't pop and splat everywhere. What you gotta do, you gotta submerge it
sound like-
quickly. If you submerge it quickly, it'll go, and it'll probably just pop a little bit, but it won't explode.
Right.
All right, and will that help the color though?
It
If
just
you
depends on the bundle
if-
when it started with. Did that what you did already? Did that change the color or no?
I mean, a tiny amount. I don't even know if you're gonna be able to see it.
So
Yeah, I
in
know.
other words, it's usually you're trying to not change the color. So it's like we figured this all out by going, dunking it to try to keep the temper, and then it's like, ah, shit, it changed color.
What is that? Just the clip?
Yeah, just a clip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the
He's
clip.
just doing the. He's just the tip or just the clip. Just the clip.
Because what you
I have a
want to
different
do.
clip. Mine's all already
Change the
painted
color of the
black.
scissors, bro.
Because what you want to do, because
Same
what you
knife,
just
right?
did,
Cryo.
what you just did was you lowered the spring rate of that clip.
Right?
So you need to bring the temperature up to about, if that's steel, you got to bring it up to around 1,000 degrees.
Orange,
And
right?
That's gonna
yeah,
happen.
when it turns orange.
If I had some type of laser thermometer, I would be super accurate on that.
No, it goes orange, red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go by color.
once it gets to that glowing state,
Mhm.
you want to dunk it in oil right away. It'll retain strength and its springiness.
Can I use WD-40?
No.
Ideally, you're going to lose all its heat to the oil.
Yeah, I got
It's
that.
gonna bubble.
I just want the color.
Yeah.
Because what you got to do is
You could
instead
try
of
it, heat it up, and spray it, and maybe that'll change the color.
Because because what you want to do, you want to work from one end of the clip to the other end of the clip, because that clip it'll heat up and cool throughout the clip, and that's what gives you your color definition.
Okay. It's still pretty hard and springy though. I'm gonna give it one more go because I do see some color change now. Let me mute myself. And then if this doesn't work, I can't mute.
Because if you look on your heat gun right now, you'll notice the trigger side is still nice, but the flame side is purplish blue, right? The purplish. Oh my friggin' god! Purplish
whiskey, and then you can't say purplish anymore.
The purplish side is the side that has all the heat, but the purplish side has the amount of heat, and as it cools off or stays cool, that's where it stays the same color. So you need to work from one end to the other and transition the heat throughout, and then dunk it in oil. Because if you don't dunk it into oil, it turns into tin. Very weak,
And-
soft.
It
won't-
doesn't appear as if you're going to dunk it in anything. Seeing that he's doing this on the fly with no prep.
Just spit right on the clip.
What am I watching right now?
I think
I guess-
Kirk is.
Going to spit on the clip.
Spit on it.
Oh dang, that's right up to purple.
What is he doing? What kind of clip is that? A pocket clip?
Now he's spitting on it.
It's a clip off his knife, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
What's-
I don't know. I think it's like whatever coating or whatever they put up there preventing it because the scissors change color no problem.
Is that the cryo?
I was supposed to. Are
It's
you
not a cryo.
using scissors as pliers?
The scissors.
He's an
Well,
army,
okay,
army
I don't
armorer.
feel like going to get out my fucking pliers. I just grab some scissors.
Okay. No. Okay. What you need to do? You need to work from one end to the other.
I did.
You can't just you just can't heat the whole bloody thing up, or else the whole thing's gonna turn the same damn color.
Oh,
No, I
so you're
did. I
saying
worked
you're.
from one end. I did it slow first, and then once I came back and it was hot, I just
Well, no, but I think
No,
Flat
you-
is saying that you heat up one side and let the other side stay cool, so that you get that differentiation.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
You don't want it all the same temperature. You want it different temperatures for different colors.
How you know if I don't want it one color? You don't know what I'm thinking.
Because you
Because
just
you
said
said you
you.
wanted
Bitch, you
Oh my
guess.
come on!
Tell him, bitch, you guess.
You guess it.
You guess it. Right.
Do you want it blue? Do you want it green? Or do you want all the same damn bloody color?
Fucking Power Ranger.
Power Ranger.
Let me try one more time.
Just as a side note, this is
Now,
why I
about 3
never
days
recommend.
later, it'll be like, I lost my knife because the clip didn't work anymore.
Just as a side note, this is why I never recommend anybody start with a progressive press, because of shit like this. You got enough stuff to worry about when you're starting out.
There's only one person needs that advice, and he ain't here yet.
Yeah. Well, he wouldn't buy that anyways.
But what if the prices were reversed? Then you know he would buy it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dude, he lives right here next to Dylan. You think you get like Blemish Dylan machines or something?
Oh,
He'd
man.
be going through the dumpsters at night.
I would.
Okay, now you need to dunk that thing in oil.
I wonder if you can even go into dumpsters anymore.
Now, Flath, you know he has no oil. Even though you've told him that 3 or 4 times.
Come on, he's gonna have a deep fryer.
Yeah, this is called like T&E. This is testing and evaluation. I'm gonna do the oil thing next, Dano. No, thank
This
you.
is You're going ghetto style, is what you're doing.
Okay.
All ghetto.
Absolute bare minimum. Do you got water? Do you have? Can you get salt and water? That's the bare minimum for heat treating.
Halloween fell on a weekend.
I'm dunking in some vodka.
Oh, don't do that, dude. You're gonna blow up.
Seems like a waste of good vodka.
Sounds like flammable stuff.
So how do we remotely call
It's a new-
911 from here?
The new
Sure.
drink.
Call Google. Just call
Lemon
Google.
drink.
The vodka kind of changed the color a little bit. Noted.
You got that crowler. My EDC blade.
Flath, he won't listen.
I don't know how Flath knows all this shit. In Canada, do they even let you own a fucking knife or what?
Do they have metal up there? I thought everything was wooden.
Metal's, yeah, too dangerous.
Well, for a long time.
You saw Bob's car got broken into? I thought he lived in the fucking, like, the way I envisioned Bob was like in a log cabin, like 100 miles from everybody. But he did a video where his car got broken into, and it looked like he lived in a trailer park.
No, he lives in a house.
But, okay, but his house, like, there were houses all around his house. Like, it was very close. Very close, like, knit community.
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to much videos lately, so.
Well, here's what happened. Somebody broke into his car, and this is like the third time in a month or something, so it looks like he lives in a dangerous community. I thought Canada had no crime and all that stuff.
No, he lives in Canada where there's a lot. He lives up here where there's a lot of bums.
Oh, okay.
Hey, the water helped the colors, but I got my oil now, and I'm about to try that.
Okay.
Oils.
So
get your oils.
What you gotta do is you gotta heat
I
it up.
understand. I'm gonna heat it up slowly from one end to the other, then I'm gonna dunk it in the oil. Got it.
What kind of
Drop
oil?
Drop it in the water or in the oil so it doesn't smoke and it doesn't ignite. You gotta submerge it all at once.
And what kind of oil do you got?
It looks like vegetable oil.
So I'm gonna do this in a safe place in my kitchen, so I'll be back.
Wear a mask.
Pray for me. If I die, eat all y'all motherfuckers.
Does anybody have 911 on speed dial?
We see a little explosion, a little loud.
Well, I did ask the question, how do we call 911 for him if it goes bad?
We don't.
We just watch him burn. You run around the room. Say, what's that smell? That's Begurt on fire.
That's Begurt. Begurky. Flamin' Begurt.
I'm just gonna stop tonight. I'm like fucking up everything.
You need to take a 5-minute break. Have a smoke, have a drink, relax.
Do some heroin. Do
How
some
come he
coke.
doesn't drink
Pop some
either?
coke.
Damn it.
Or do you drink, Daniel?
No, I don't drink anymore.
Oh. I just had a
Smart man.
because I can't because drinking and loading don't go hand in hand.
Oh, even when I used to drink, I had a rule that I wouldn't buy alcohol for I wouldn't buy alcohol for the house, and I wouldn't drink by myself. So I only drank when I went out with friends.
Oh, I'm not drinking I'm not drinking by myself. I'm drinking with all you guys.
That's crap.
Well, your wife is in the other room.
Yeah, she's in bed now. And she doesn't drink much. Ugh.
Pretty cool. $500 rounds an hour, huh?
Supposed to be.
Gee whiz.
Well, like 500 to 800 plus, depending on how fast you go and
Holy
all that.
shit.
Yeah, you can really crank it out.
Now you look like Chris.
Yeah, well, I primed cases that were not sized, so I couldn't even freaking run them through the press. So I gotta take all the primers out.
I thought you were going to take a break.
I'm quitting after this. I'm just.
It made it magnetic, though. It fucking made it magnetic.
Cool.
No one knew that was gonna happen.
Science.
Fucking discovered something. I might have won like a Pulitzer Prize or something.
How to make magnets in your home.
Exactly.
Spare time.
The Girk way.
No.
Magnetism's overrated. It's not called-
Girkonomics 101.
First, you got to get your scissors.
They'll never do anything with that sorcery.
Alchemy, a magical thing.
Girkonomics, baby. Girkonomics. That's what we call it around here.
It's ghetto fresh.
It's fucking Girkonomics. And I'm using patches to clean the oil off with my buff. Let's see what we're looking at. I mean,
Apparently they're fixing.
color, but I don't think the oil really helped with that. I think that was the heat because it was changing colors before I dropped it in the oil. But
Well,
it did change color though. Like this is the color originally, and that's it. But it's like dark, so I think it looks cool. And it has some variation in it. It's slight, but
And you're sure that's not carbon?
why would it be carbon?
He was using a he was using a torch.
They're using a torch.
Or propane.
They used to use in kitchens when they used to use like
Yeah, no, he was using a torch, so there wouldn't be carbon, because carbon is based off of gasoline and diesel. The compressed gas he was using would have very little carbon.
fucking butane torch, man. Make some creme brulees. Alright. I'm gonna try this fucking part.
That's a good idea for an up close and personal self defense tool. A little hand torch.
Yeah, fucking fuck somebody's shit up.
Back up. Back up. So if you're somewhat at a place where you can't conceal carry, you just bring your portable torch.
I gotta mute it because I gotta turn this bitch up.
Hey Dana,
Yeah?
there's some guy in a forum said he bought that ammo already at a shop, like a local gun shop. So it's out there already.
Oh,
Keep an eye out for it.
all right. Any idea what state?
No, some dude on the forum on AR-15. AR-15.
Oh, okay. So it's out there
But
somewhere.
he took pictures of his stuff.
All right, now pull it out of the flame, let it cool. Pull it out of the flame and let it cool.
It's like he's not listening.
Pull it out.
Could you blame him?
Pull it out of the flame and let it cool.
Oh, he's gonna try to be cool and light his cigarette off of it.
Okay.
He must have the sound turned down. It's not you, Flath. I can hear you.
I know.
He's gonna wait till that thing gets so brittle.
Okay. Dunk it now. Dunk it now. Yeah. Because you only want the one end to get hot.
I'll tell you, this is like a ghetto experiment.
It's like watching metal cool.
Yeah.
I knew I should have stayed in blacksmith school longer. You're on mute.
Oh shit, I was talking. I mean, I was only trying to do the first half. It was like dunk it now. I was like, I'm not ready to dunk. I
I
wasn't
could
lining up the
see
whole
it changing color.
I
Huh?
would have not dunked it just out of spite and said, "Not, don't tell me when to dunk."
But
What is the point of this? For snazzy looks?
Yeah.
yeah, just
Blank.
because this chat doesn't have much going for itself, so I thought I'll spice it up live.
Nice. Do-it-yourself bling.
So
Case hardening a clip on a knife.
I mean, yeah,
Gotcha.
change the colors.
Sounds like a plan. How do you like that knife? Besides the clip not being up to snuff.
This is one of those tiny little mini. This is the crush out that I stippled. It's not the cryo. I'm not doing that shit to my fucking cryo. I'm not fucking up my beautiful fucking cryos. Crazy. It didn't come out like dudes did on YouTube, though. I'll tell you that. All he did was put his on an electric stove, heated it up, and that shit looked beautiful.
Well, the thing with the electric stove is that the elements are spaced out. So there's certain areas that are getting the heat and certain areas that aren't getting heat.
No,
So
what he did, no, he didn't even do that. He took like this middle like little spacer little thing like that that's right there, and he just set that on it like straight up and down and on one piece. Like it wasn't like in between two pieces of the element or anything, and it changed colors. But I think the bottom might have heated up faster than the top, so you know, it kind of changed colors. But this isn't bad. Now I'm gonna put this knife back together if possible, because I don't know how the fuck I took it apart. It's a job for me now. Fuck. I seriously don't know how the fuck to put this knife back together. I'm guessing that's pretty good. Yes. Try me. Try me. I'm gonna get you a
There
whole-
really are people still trying to sell fucking 22 ammo on the forums, local forums. Trying to,
Do what you gotta do to get this.
fuck do you need 22 for right now? Are you really gonna fucking spend more than $200 for 1,000 rounds or whatever? Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
Try me. Try me. I'm gonna get your whole motherfucking family. And I ain't playing with nobody. Look around and I'm gonna catch your body.
I just got 1,000 rounds of 9mm for like $250.
Oh, you getting money.
Get money. Yeah, well.
Well, we already know you, yo. You're a fucking baller, man.
I'm broke as shit, but it's okay.
You're a baller.
I have
Well,
a
never-
savings. My savings is ammo. Like, my ammo savings is my retirement program. Some people have, like, savings and stuff. I have ammo. Bakelite mags.
It's not a bad route.
Circle 10 mags. You want?
I don't know what screws gonna wear. Oh shit. I fucked up. No, I really like fucked up, bro. What the fuck?
There we go.
Alright, I know these are the clip screws. But these and these, I don't know what the fuck they go to. It'd have been nice if I was fucking paying attention when I did this shit. Okay, I think I got it.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, okay. I got it now. Okay. This little one's cool. Alright, cool. I didn't even have to take that one out.
I'm dropping out. I gotta go to bed. Catch y'all later.
Come on, man. You know you want to stay on and talk with me, Gert.
Yep. Yep.
There you go. You know you got a thing for me.
Now that I know that
Rebels.
you're not gonna have a flash fire, the excitement's over.
That was hot for me, man.
So
Johnson
more Knicks background checks in 2014 than in 13 or 12.
That was great.
Hell yeah, it's never gonna stop.
Can't stop us.
We're
You
never
can
gonna
hate
stop.
me now.
Yeah,
but I
could be the
won't
year
stop.
3000, bitches.
You can hate me now.
What does it say here? 8.3 million in 2014. Remember when 2012 was crazy? That was only 8.2 million. So
That's good.
that's
Yo,
good shit.
Gurk. Hey, Gurk, want to play Destiny?
Nah, man. I'm getting off once I put this knife together. I'm about to go do some things. Do
Alright.
things. Okay. Gotta go get my dick wet. Don't tell nobody
Save some of that oil.
though. No, I don't need that. We good around here. Alright. That's back one. Let's put. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Try me. You get your whole motherfucking family. And I ain't playing with nobody. Because I'ma catch a body. Here's the ingenuity. I used the pencil eraser to hold my screw in place so it won't spin. See how smart I am? I'm fucking genius.
I was reading about Glock. Their fix for the 42s, if you have a 42 that had a problem, is a Dremel.
Use a Dremel to do what?
Yeah, and they're sending people's guns back to them with like a Dremel. They open up the chamber, I guess. They throat the chamber, and then they Dremel something on the slide, and people are getting pissed because they're like, man, they fucking Dremeled right through the metal finish. It's like raw steel right there.
Really? They're not like refinishing them?
Nope.
What? No. Oh, that's bullshit. Even
People in Glock Talk are saying.
That's bullshit. They got any pictures?
No, unfortunately not. Not this so far.
I can't. If they don't got any proof, I can't fucking.
Yeah, someone will post one. We'll see. That's the first thing I would do is take a picture of it.
Right. Oh yeah. I'm a genius, man. I got this knife back together and everything. Boom. See, the colors changed some. Here, the best place you can see it. Boom. It's not how I wanted it, but it's better. You can barely see it.
You see.
It's like dark and then it's silver.
Oh yeah.
And fading them. It's cool. In the clip. But whatever. We just made it dark. That's cool though. I'm not complaining. Thank you guys for the help.
Anytime.
I try.
Not you. Trying to take credit.
Who's running this chat?
Not you.
No, that's for sure. Not me.
I'm real, man. I'm a G dog. You don't even know. Yeah, ask about me. I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. Ask about me. Alright, I'm out, man. I'll holler at y'all dudes tomorrow or something. Have a nice week.
Talk to you later, man.
Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
what's,
go. What's
so
new?
what's
I
new
want
with
an
everyone else?
HK VP9, but I don't know how to do like a GoFundMe or something like that. One of them Kickstarters. I don't know. If you're ever bored, just get on Gunbroker. Look at all the shit you can't get. Fun stuff.
Yeah, so what's new with everyone else?
Not much.
Nothing really.
Ooh. Australia just banned all guns. That's awesome.
It's been like that for a while now, hasn't it?
I think they were allowed to have certain guns.
I think you could have guns if guns were part of your profession. So, for example, if you actually hunted for a living, you could have guns. But they were heavily restricted.
Yeah, no idea. I just wish we had more gun laws like the U.S.
Gotta rewrite your constitution, man. Start slapping the shit out of these fuckers. It's time to vote these bums out.
Yeah. Trying to vote a libtard out is probably as easy as throwing a brick 100 miles.
Oh, look. It can happen. I wouldn't even say liberal, just like if you get somebody who's pro-gun. Do you have anybody running who's pro-gun? I doubt there are any. Like, we don't even have, like, super pro-gun people. We got anti-gun people and then people who just don't really say much about it.
Well, all of our conservatives are all not pro-gun, but pro-sport shooting and pro-firearm. But when it comes to pro-self-defense and stuff like that, yeah, whole different story. Like, for me, trying to get an ATC permit is damn near next to impossible. Whether it be for wildlife or concealed or open carry. Like, I could drive around in my pickup truck with a rifle in the back seat, but that's it. and there's going to be pulled over by a cop, and he asks me, do I got any firearms? I've got to have a good explanation why I have a rifle in my back seat.
I was watching like an old interview with Mossad Ayub, and they were, it's like fucking, I don't know, like 5 years ago or something. They're talking about the fucking strides America has had in concealed carry. It's just fucking unbelievable. Like compared to like the 80s and shit. 80s, 90s, 2000s,
Like
and
you
now
guys,
where like every fucking state is pretty much fucking amazing.
like you guys have come a long way in the last, I'm going to say, 15 years.
It's shocking, yeah. It
Like
really is. The
even
pressure's on.
like even 20 years ago, when the first, what state was it that first said, "Hey, we want open carry or concealed carry laws passed"?
30 years ago, like Florida. It was like 30 years ago.
Yeah, like
Or close to it. Yeah, like maybe, yeah, about 25, 30 years ago.
yeah, like, and that's probably around the same time that we started closing our laws up, really trying to lower the gun ownership. Because hell, I remember my uncle telling me back in the 70s he was able to walk downtown my hometown with a loaded revolver, and a cop wouldn't even bat an eye at him. But as soon as people started making a big fuss about firearms, or not just people, these anti-firearm people, it's like you
It's
can't
like
even
anti-self-defense.
like
Wondering like what it was like in the 60s and 70s in America.
like you can't even drive down the highway
Yeah.
you can't drive down the highway and have a firearm in your back seat, because where I'm from, or where I work, we do a lot of highway driving at night with a lot of wildlife, and if you hit something, you want to be able to get out of your vehicle and make sure it's put down respectfully. Like, the last thing you want to do is make an animal suffer. So if you hit an animal, it's still alive. What are you going to do? Phone a cop and say, "Hey, I just hit a deer," and wait 2-3 hours for him to show up, for it to suffer and die on the side of the highway? No. What you want to do? You want to get out. Oh shit! Just hit a deer, still alive, and it's out. Then phone the cops. Hey, I just had a discharge with a firearm. Had to put a deer down, or a moose, or a buffalo, or an elk, caribou. Like, ugh, these anti-firearm people just drive me crazy.
All you can do is vote, man. That's what they're running on. That's what they're bothered, about. That's what their fucking platform is about. And make sure they don't get the vote.
Well, it's funny because if I hit, like, let's say I'm going down the highway, I hit a moose, and it's suffering. Well, I could have PETA on my ass for letting that animal suffer, but then if I go and shoot the animal to put it out of its misery, then I'll have all the damn anti-gunners say, "Oh, why was he driving around with a firearm in the back of his truck?" It's like a catch damn 22. And then at work, where I'm working right now, they got a zero knife policy. Ugh. And all this country is going to hell in a handbasket.
Carry a box cutter, dude.
Oh, I could get fired.
For a box cutter?
Oh yeah, it's a knife.
Wow.
If I am not authorized to have a box cutter, that's terms of dismissal. The bloody crap I gotta deal with.
Don't worry, America will take you guys over soon enough.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because me personally, I'm kind of enjoying my free healthcare.
At the cost of higher
Yeah.
taxes.
Yeah, nothing's free, dude.
It's not free.
We have
Oh, no.
free healthcare in here too now. It's 2,500 a year. So
I pay zero.
it comes out of your check, though.
Comes out of your paycheck,
No.
dude.
Nope,
Yeah, it does.
no, it doesn't. It comes out of
What's
the
your
rev-
effective tax rate?
Me?
Yeah. Like if you make, say, $20 an hour, how much do you take home, like for real? It comes into your pocket at the end.
Where I live, the oil sands pays for healthcare. The revenue that is made from the oil sands pays for healthcare.
Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome.
So it's like if you guys have really good forestry down there, the forestry revenue pays for healthcare.
That's like down here in America, we got the lottery. It pays for like you play the lottery, you could win big money, but if you lose, your money's really going to like support schools and stuff.
Yeah.
So you're saying like the profit from they use some of their profit to pay the entire populations, even if you're not working for a company's paying for your health care. Or is it state run?
Canada is province to province. Each province has its own healthcare program.
It's like a state or like a group of states.
Yeah, each state has its own healthcare program. So when I lived in BC, I had to pay $53 a month to have my basic healthcare. My family doctor, hospital visits, stuff like that. But what I had to pay for was my eye examinations, my dental, like the non-essential stuff. But when it came to
like
health,
my health care plan right now.
but
That's
like,
what I'm paying, paying like $60 a month now. I mean, no, not $60 a month. Actually, I'm paying $120 a month. It sucks.
like here in Alberta, I don't have to pay a dime. I don't have to pay to go see my family doctor. I don't have to pay to go have a hospital visit. I don't have to pay to have surgery. But I still have to pay to get my eyes checked and dental work done. And then I also have to pay for massages, chiropractic, like the non-essential stuff I have to pay for. But since I work with a company that pays for that extra stuff, I don't have to pay anything. And I only have to pay a small portion for medication.
Well, we got free healthcare down here now too.
Yeah, right.
It's called Obamacare, dude. All you gotta do is not earn a dollar. Get on that Medicaid, man.
Yeah, but I still gotta laugh because your healthcare is nothing like our healthcare.
I think we pretty much invented your healthcare in terms of like artificial hearts, hip replacement, knee replacement, all the medication that anyone takes. Like it's all coming from America, right? Eye surgery, dental. stuff, like every kind of innovation, medical innovations, they come from America. Because same thing like, like electricity came from America. I mean, like they invented a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, but
profit driven.
Last time I checked, it was a Canadian that invented the light bulb.
What about penicillin?
Canadian.
What about vaccines?
What kind of vaccine?
Like polio.
European. Polio, yeah, American, yeah, but
no, I'm just saying, there's tons
now.
of shit that comes from here. So,
like free.
I knew a guy, right? He was married to a Canadian woman, and they had a daughter, and they would drive like twice a year up to Canada to go get the free healthcare stuff. Like, I think his daughter had asthma or something. But he was saying if anything really drastic went wrong, they would come back here because they wouldn't want to like wait and shit. So he's like, no, anything drastic like a really emergency surgery or something, we just come back to America and get it done. Because he had health care, but they were using like the wife and the daughter had Canadian, so they would just go up there and just get normal checkups, I guess, and shit like that. I don't know. But anyway, I'm just saying, in terms of like medicine, America is pretty high tech, man. I guess the rest of the world is now too.
at the price.
Oh, yeah. The U.S., I will say they have.
I mean, you can't say like this. You can't say American healthcare and doctors suck. That's impossible. How could you say that if like all the fucking innovations in the last like 30 years are coming from here? Like 90% of it.
Like the ability to see a doctor and get cured is probably a lot better in the U.S., but at the same time, with, how would you say, there's still a lot of stuff.
They're like flying people with Ebola here to get fucking cured and shit.
Healthcare access, I would say this, is not very, what do you call this? It's still hard to get for a lot of people. So
if you're having a heart attack, you're gonna go get some good ass healthcare. Let me tell you. Like if you're having an emergency like a stroke or a heart attack or you get in a fucking car accident, you're gonna be real glad, that you're in America and not Mexico.
if you have healthcare, if you have
even if you're unemployed. No, I'm just saying, even if you're unemployed and broke, if you get in a car accident here in America, you're going to be way better off than if you were in Mexico. So you're going to have better health care, better fucking technology, better doctors, better hospitals, and at the end of the day, you'll live, but yeah, you'll be bankrupt. You know what I mean? But
exactly.
You'll have hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bills, but you know what? They're not going to expect you to pay them back because they know you can't afford it. That's why they have insurance too. That's why, like, all these emergency room, all the hospitals are broke, they said, or something. Like, people go to the emergency room and they don't pay. Because they can't pay. They can't afford it. But they're going to save your life. They're not going to be like, you can't come in. Car accident victim? Oh, does he have health insurance? Oh, fuck no. They turn him away. Let him die. It's not like that.
Okay, up here in Canada, do you know how many people get turned away for an accident, for a vehicle claim, or a heart attack? Next to
zero.
None.
It's got to be zero, dude. It can't be like they can't do that. That's like murder. Like, I don't know if that really happens in America. I know people think it does, but there's no, like, you're a car accident victim, an ambulance brings you to hospital and they let you die on the street, like, because you didn't have health insurance. They're going to take care of you. That's what they're, it's like they took a fucking oath, man. They're not going to let you die. But it's like when you have cancer or leukemia or something, and you're even if you have insurance, there are insurance companies that'll say, like, we're not going to pay for that treatment. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucked up, but that's a different story. I'm sure that shit happens in Canada too, where they're like, oh, that's an expensive treatment. We're just not going to pay for that. You have free health care. No, certain treatments for, like, anything, leukemia, cancer, fucking, brain tumors. I don't know. Like, there's certain treatments that just say, hey, look, that's too much. Like, you're gonna die. It's cheaper to let you die.
Well, they're like, the only thing that the hospitals won't pay for is the experimental stuff. But if you want leukemia, the laser treatment, and shit like that, you get.
Because I know, like, the rumors that the right-wing people were trying to like push was like the waiting lists. Like, you'll die on a waiting list in Europe. Like, if you're trying to get a surgery or something, they're just going to put you on a wait list, and that's it. You know, if you get there, good. But if you don't, you're dead. But it's free, so don't
We have
complain.
wait lists here for organs.
But if you're rich, like, remember Steve Jobs? Like, he was flying around the fucking country. He was going around, like, you know, private dollars, you know, getting the best healthcare. It's the same way in Europe. If you're fucking filthy rich and you're loaded, you're not waiting on no fucking list. You're going to jump on your private plane and fly to America and get your shit taken care of, right? So, I mean, if you're poor, and it sucks, man. I mean, if you can't afford really good health insurance, even if you could, you still got to be skeptical. Is this health insurance really going to pay for treatments to save my life at the end of the day? They could turn you down, right? They could say, no thanks, we're not paying for that. I see that shit on TV all the time, but the whole idea of, like, America's healthcare system sucks. It probably does, and if you're poor, yeah, hell yeah. It sucks in every place if you're poor. I mean, every place in the world can't be the greatest, because rich people in Europe, they get better treatment than the poor people in Europe, and it's got to be the same way in Canada. If they just hop on a plane and go, you know, if you're waiting on a list for, like, a liver transplant or something, and you're broke, you're probably, you know, you don't get the same treatment.
Well, up here, if you make like, let's say, 20,000 a year, you get treated as same as someone that makes 250,000 a year. You're on the list. You're on the list. That's where you're.
Yeah, and another. I mean, we just got so many fucking people, dude. It's like apples. That's
But
really apples.
also, like I don't know what kind of news you guys listen to or anything like that, but like when there's the odd time I hear a news company, like, let's say, Fox or CNN, and say, oh, Canada's health system is so bad, it's like hour-long waits and stuff like that. That's bullshit.
No, I don't think I never heard that, but I did hear things on the news or radio that'll say, if you're in need of, like, a surgery, like, or a transplant, and you have money and you're in Canada, usually you come here. Like, you'll leave there, and then you'll wait. You won't wait. You'll just go see a fucking doctor. Like, you know, just how.
Yeah, like in Canada, you're on a list, no matter what. But if you want to bypass the list, you go down to the U.S., you go down to Mexico, you go down to wherever to bypass that list. Up here, you're pretty much treated equally, no matter how big your damn wallet is.
So here, if you do qualify for welfare programs like, you know, Medicaid, whatever, the Medicare, there's usually not a list. You know what I mean? I'm saying dirt poor, you're going to go to a clinic and you're going to see a doctor. And then it's up to the insurance, like the Medicaid insurance, to say, okay, I guess we're going to pay it. You know, like, I'm sure they get denied. People don't get the medicine they need, and they don't get the treatment they need.
Oh, yeah.
But they're going to you know, there's no list, really. There's nothing you can do. You're poor, you're just going to be fucked.
Well, like up here, you could be making $20,000 a year, all the way up to $1 million a year. You're still going to be on the list. And if you're lucky enough that your name goes up the list, that's great. But, yeah, if your name doesn't go up, well...
What's fucked up about America, I will say, because I usually don't, you know, say, like, whatever, but what's fucked up about America is, to qualify for those programs, you basically have to make no money. Like, you have to make, like, $2,500 a year. Like, you have to be dirt poor, like, completely penniless, done. Then you can get on those programs. But if you have a job, usually can't qualify for the free stuff, and you can't afford to pay, right? So you're kind of in that limbo, and that's where like Obamacare was so popular with people who were told, oh, this is great, this is going to be free healthcare like they got in Canada or something. You guys got 30 million people, we got 330 or something, million. So you can't do it. And then what they did was they had spent all this money on campaigns like a couple of years ago, like trying to get young people to join. People in their 20s. Yeah. When I was 20, I was smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I was fucking out there. I was staying up 48 hours a day. Like I was working like a madman. And like the last thing on my mind was health insurance. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was, you think you're bulletproof and you're not going to do it. So like Obama and everyone else went out on this campaign trying to convince people in their early 20s to like mid 20s to spend $200 or $300 a month on the free healthcare. And just like that's not a good plan because you're not going to do it.
Like for me, when I first started, when I moved out of my parents' place, started living on my own, like $300, like that was a friggin' car insurance payment or a car payment or rent or.
Yeah, he was trying to. I saw like people say stuff like, you know, these people need to get their priorities right. Cell phone or health insurance. Dude, if you're fucking 23, 24 years old, so really you don't need fucking health insurance. The only thing you need is like maybe catastrophic coverage. You should have catastrophic coverage, but you're probably on your parents' plan anyway. You know what I mean? So it's, I don't know. Like I was on my stepdad's plan until I was like 24 or something like that. So I don't know. You don't really fucking need it when you're that young, and that's the thing. To make it work here, we'd have to force young people to pay. You know, then it would work. They'd pay for the old people. Then when they get old, young people will pay for them, and so on and so on. It'll be a cycle.
Okay, and now that's the other thing. Up here in Canada, up until the age of 18, you're on your parents' plan. After 18, you're on your own plan.
But it's free, so what's the difference? You know what I'm saying? If everything's free, then what really matters doesn't matter. I mean, in America, you're on your parents' plan now until, like, I think it's 27 or something like that.
Yeah, 26.
26.
That's insane. That's, you know, that's awesome because it's cheaper that way. You know, you're on your parents' plan or something like that. I'm sure you're going to be. It's cheaper for you to stay on their plan than to get your own. It's got to be.
Yeah, but you're an adult once you hit 18.
And you're also, like, either in going to college or you're working a shitty, crummy job or you're fucking just independently wealthy or something like that. You know what I mean? Or you got the orange, you know, like you're fucking, I don't know. But, dude, it's like when you're 18 years old, you can barely afford food if you're living by yourself. I mean, how could you afford another $250 for healthcare? And you're 18. What's going to go wrong with you, dude? Like, nothing is going to go wrong unless you get hit by a bus. You know what I mean? That's it.
Well,
like car accident, bus, smash you in the head. I don't know.
Like up here, you're under your parents' health care up until you're 18. If you're still going to school, like if you go from high school to university or college, then the government subsidizes you.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, you're still going to school, so we'll cover your health care. But as soon as you're out of school, okay, now you're gonna start paying. In BC, it's $53 a month. At least before I moved out, it was $53 a month for your doctor, hospital, and stuff like that.
The only time when I was young like that, the only time I went to a doctor is when I thought I had an STD. You know what I mean? Or like, I'm serious, like, or I broke my hand and I got cut. I cut my hand or whatever, and then, you know, I broke my foot. Shit like that. Like, you're not going to the doctor all the time. It's like once every 5 or 10 years when you're young like that. You know, once every 5 years.
But also, back like when I lived in BC, I had to go in for 2 surgeries on my throat, and I wasn't paying my health care. And government was like, okay, yeah, whatever. They never charged me an extra dime. They didn't say, okay, well, your throat surgeries cost $1,000 a piece, so you owe us $1,000. It's just, well, you're 6 months to a year behind your payments on healthcare. Pay that up, and you're free to go.
Yeah.
So all I had to do was pay my outstanding balance on my healthcare, and I didn't have to pay anything extra.
I'm pretty sure soon, within the next 20 years, we're going to have a program sort of like that. There's just no way it's going to have to be like everyone pays a certain amount a month, but it can't be everyone pays $250 because that's just too much money.
Okay, the population of the U.S. is what?
320 or something like that.
Yeah. Now, if everyone,
336, I forgot what the fucking number is.
if everyone paid, let's say $50 a month, that's a lot of money in the healthcare system.
That's actually 316 million people in America. I was going to say, like, everyone, I guess, after 18, right? So that's like half the population, or less. So.
Yeah, that 18 to 21 range, that in between adulthood. If everyone would pay 50 to $100 a month, that's a lot of money in the healthcare system. That would cover a lot of.
You know what's so funny is that they voted for this Obamacare and everything happened, and it slowly got rolled out. It's not even official yet, like until, I don't know. It's just so complicated that I don't think people actually got what they thought they were going to get. People who voted for Obama and voted for Obamacare, and I don't think they were actually given what they were promised. Like the way it was rolled out. It's so weird. It's like not much different than what it was before. You know what I mean? So and I think what it really did was just, I don't know, certain states benefited, certain states didn't, you know. So I guess states that had really fucked up programs where they were paying way too much, like an astronomical rate, they might have come down, and states that weren't paying that much for their programs, like, this is what it is. Like I said, like when I moved down south, my friend had a plan with a big insurance company, and he was paying like $300 or $400 a month. I think it was like right around $350 a month. And he had the same exact plan that I signed up for when I moved, and I was paying like $100 a month. I had the same plan with the same company. It was like a big insurance company. But the reason why my plan was cheaper was because of the state that I lived in, and the state that he lived in was higher. But it's not like the state he lived in had less people or less money or anything like that. It was just some sort of state regulations or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But I know for a fact, because he helped me pick out my plan, and then he was like, because this is what you need, you know, pick out your plan with a decent deductible, because you're just basically getting it in case you get in a car accident and stuff like that, or if you get diagnosed with fucking brain cancer or something. And then he was like, so what does it say? What is your rate going to be? And I told him, and he was in fucking shock. He was like, holy shit. You know, he's like, because he's, you know, it's just insane. And he's like in his 30s, and he's paying $400 a month. He's a single man for fucking health insurance that he never really uses with a super high deductible anyway. So.
That's ridiculous.
So if something if something bad happened, he'd still be out of pocket. He'd still have like a $15,000 deductible or something like that. You know, so.
Like when we go to the hospital, we don't have to pay nothing.
Yeah, I think we're like right now I'm allowed like a certain amount of emergency room visits and a certain amount of doctor visits a year. But if something bad happened, like you know, a bad guy cut off my arm with a chainsaw, I'm gonna be paying my deductible. You know what I mean? Like that's for sure. I'm going to get fucked. You know.
I'll be right back.
We're going to talk about healthcare. That's funny. That's funny. Good guy got pulled over and he had to shut us off because he doesn't want the police listening to us talk about healthcare.
Wait, he got pulled over?
No, that's what someone put in the chat. The
Oh.
funniest shit happened the other day. A friend of mine got pulled over and left me on speakerphone, and all I heard was like, "Can you step out of the car?" And he's like, "Step out of the car? For what?" And he's like, "Just step out of the car." And then I hear the cop comes back in the car, and he starts searching my friend's car. Like I'm on speakerphone, but I'm like just sitting there for like 20 minutes listening to this guy search the car. And then my friend gets back in, and he's like, I think I'm under arrest. His registration was suspended for like months because he missed a car insurance payment. He was late. He paid his car insurance, but it was like a couple weeks late. And they suspended his registration, and he didn't even know it. But I was like, dude, I cannot believe that cop didn't. I said, where was the phone? And he was like, oh, it was right there on the dash. And I was like, I cannot believe the cop didn't pick the phone up and look and see it was on or something. He was like, well, the screen was locked, so he couldn't even shut it off if he tried. You know, it was fucking weird. But I was gonna say my heartbeat was racing like my car was getting searched. Like, but I don't know about you guys, but like I get nervous when I get pulled over, no matter what. You know, no matter what the situation is, I get super nervous. And if I ever was asked to step out of the vehicle and I'm gonna get super nervous.
So why did he allow his car to be searched?
Oh, because he knew, he was like, he just like had nothing to hide. He thought that was probably the best thing to do. I told him, like, why did you let him search your car? He's like, well, why had nothing to hide? And he told me my registration is expired, and he said, you're under arrest. Like, we're gonna arrest you. I think he might have been like, I might have to arrest you or something like that, and have your tar code towed, have your car towed. And then he was like, do you mind if I search your car? And my friend was like, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. So I have a used car, and if they wanted to search my car, there's no way I'd let them, just because I have no idea what could be hiding between the seat cushions in the car. Like, it's not an old car. I think it had one previous owner. But if they were like to search my car and find something illegal I didn't know was there, I would never forgive myself.
I just get super nervous when I get pulled over. Like, my mouth gets dry and shit, and it's like, for what? I don't have any drugs on me. There's nothing. I've never broken the law. Nothing like that. So, what the fuck am I nervous for? And so I told that to somebody one time. They're like, you know who doesn't get nervous? Criminals. So I was like, be okay. Don't worry about it, because I think maybe cops realize, like, you're just an average citizen. This doesn't happen to you a lot, and you're nervous.
Yeah, I mean, so the most recent encounter I had with the police was a new field and stream opened up near my area, and I tried to get to it using my Google Android phone, and it basically misled me to a different area. So I'm going up and down the street looking for this place, thinking it's somewhere nearby, and I happened to be buying a house later that month that was also nearby. So I thought, okay, well, I can't find this place. I'm going to go buy this house, or going to go near this house and go see it real quick. And apparently a white van had been following me, and I didn't really even notice it. I went by the house, just kind of drove by. I looked at it, figured why not. And I pulled into a parking lot to get my phone out to actually make sure my directions were correct to get to this field and stream place. And then the white van pulls up behind me, and a guy who's not in a cop uniform, he's in, I guess the best way to describe it is like a tactical uniform. It's all black, he has his badge. I didn't see a gun. But he walks up to my car, he's like, did you notice us following you? He didn't. There were no lights on. He didn't arrest me or anything. But it was just like, it kind of pissed me off, to be honest with you, just because I was doing nothing illegal. Yeah, I was lost, but that's not illegal. And I don't know. It kind of put a bad taste in my mouth for moving into this area.
Yeah, I told my friend, well, you probably searched your car because your car's over 10 years old. You know what I mean? So it's like the war on the fucking poor. Like, if your car was brand new, he probably wouldn't have asked to search your car. That's just how I feel. If your car was like in the last few years, he probably would just been like, hey, did you know your registration was suspended? He would have been like, yeah. Oh no, he would have been like, no. And then he would say, oh, did you miss an insurance car payment or something like that for your insurance? And he would have said yes. This is exactly what happened. And then he would have said, okay, either A, you're under arrest and we're towing the car, or B, go handle that. Like I'm going to let you go, and write you a ticket and go in front of a judge and show them that you have valid insurance or whatever.
Right.
And but this guy was just like, step out of the car. We're searching you, and he let him go. They let him go. They were like, they wrote him a ticket. He's going to have to go see a judge and just prove that he had valid insurance. It would only lapse like a day. Some crazy shit. I couldn't believe his car insurance did him like that, because I know with Geico, I'm always on time with Geico because I don't play around. But I know like my girlfriend, she'll not pay that until they send her like a red letter. Like a pink letter in the mail, and I'm like, what's that? And she's like, oh, I forgot to pay my car insurance. And then they send you this pink letter in the mail like 30 days later or something. So they definitely don't cancel your insurance like right away. You definitely have to be more than a month late. I guess maybe 2 or 3 weeks late. And the way my friend described it was like he was a few days late, and Geico, he paid them, and they were like, don't worry about it. Like, you might get a letter from the state registration, and don't worry about it. Well, and he's an idiot anyway. But I just couldn't. I was kind of in shock. But this is funny because this is the second time this happened to him in a year. He got pulled over and searched before, and I think it's just because he's got an older car.
Yeah, I mean, so the car I have is a 2011, so it's not old by any means. But whenever this guy walked up to my window. So in my state, we're obligated to tell a police officer that we're carrying, for concealed carrying. And so this person looks like a cop. I see a badge, so I inform him that I'm carrying. He's like, don't worry about it, no big deal. And I had my windows down just because I typically drive with my windows down. And he's talking to me, and I can see him basically like searching my car with his eyes, more or less, looking for anything that's really obvious is sitting out and about. But luckily I keep my car pretty clean. And before he leaves, he asked me, he's like, so you have your concealed carry gun? And I was like, yeah. He's like, do you have any other weapons or illegal items in the car? I was like, no, of course not. Like, even if he did, why would I tell you? It's just, I don't know. I guess they just wait for people to slip up and say something stupid.
Like other weapons. Like, yeah, besides the concealed carry gun, I have like a shotgun and something else in the trunk. Maybe he would have been like, oh, okay. Anything illegal? No. Okay. Did he? Yeah. That was it, right? Did he ask to step out?
A weapon, any other weapon with illegal items, made it seem like he was trying to find basically something I shouldn't have, right? I mean, here we can open carry in the car and just keep a Glock on the dashboard, and it's perfectly legal. So I don't know. It kind of, like I said, it rubbed me the wrong way just because of the fact that I'd been going up and down this road because I was lost looking for this place, and that was enough to have, to be approached by this guy in a parking lot. So he approached me, basically, they pulled up about 30, so I'm trying to think of like a clock, right, where 6 o'clock is directly behind me. They pulled up at around 7 o'clock, right, and they approached my vehicle from 7 o'clock. With they didn't announce themselves, they did nothing. And you can imagine if you're sitting in a parking lot, a van pulls up behind you and some guy gets out and starts approaching you from kind of a blind angle. I mean, my spidey senses were already tingling, thinking something's about to happen, good or bad, I don't know. But it was just a bad encounter, I think.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's why I'm hesitant to like say, okay, here's my concealed carry permit, and I'm carrying officer, and how would you like me to proceed, and all that stuff. And usually it's like, why the hell are you pulling me over? Because I usually drive real slow and careful, and I make sure all my headlights are on, and my rear lights, brake lights, and all that stuff. So, you're pulling me over, it must be for something crazy. And then the last time I got pulled over, he's like, oh, you ran a yellow. I'm like, well, dude, he was tailgating me. The cop Yeah, he was tailgating me, and the light turned yellow, and I went through because if I slammed on my brakes, I'm pretty sure this guy was going to hit me. And he just was like, oh, I didn't tell him anything. He let me go without even a ticket. But I'm just afraid that I'm going to say, oh, I'm carrying blah, 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 and they're going to be like, oh, God, okay, well, I need you to step out of the car. I need you to give it to me. I need to put it in my car. I need to give it back to you, and like all of this thing's going to happen, and then I'm going to get fucking shot in the foot. You know what I mean? Or something. You know what I mean? I just don't need to.
I mean, I've heard stories where people will. I can't remember exactly like all the details. There was a story where basically a guy got pulled over. He had a concealed carry, like in 1911 or something. They asked to get the gun from him. He gave them the gun. They unloaded it and everything. And then after he got his ticket, they came back and gave him the gun. And they're like, here's your 1911. Here's your however many rounds. And he realized that it was one short, right? And so apparently they had left the round in the chamber the entire time and not actually emptied the chamber.
No.
So I carry a Glock, so I feel like most police probably know how to empty a Glock, but it's kind of unnerving to have to hand your pistol to someone who probably, I don't know, I wouldn't trust them to know how to use it, how to actually unload it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't trust him. You're right, that's a good point though. If you're carrying a Glock, you'd think you're familiar enough with it. But it's just I just can't imagine. There's so much stuff that could go wrong. So I would just wait until the guy said. And it's funny, is as soon as my friend got pulled over, I was on the phone with him when it happened. So he's like, "Hold on a second." I muted myself, and he just put it on whatever. I just heard everything. But do you know why I'm pulling you over? Blah blah blah. And this guy went right away. He was like, "Please step out of the car." So at that point, that's when I would tell the guy, like right there, like, "Okay, here's the deal. I have concealed carry permit, blah, 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 blah." You know what I mean? Like, but until that point, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut unless I am legally obligated, which I don't think I am. I know I'm not in my state, and I know I'm not in states that I travel a lot. So, It's funny, some states, they run your license plate, and they know already.
Yeah, like my state, for example, they do that. I mean, from what I can tell, so like I said, these people didn't actually pull me over or anything. They just approached me in a parking lot. They had no lights. It was like a dirty old white van, and they told me that they knew where I lived, and they said, why are you in this area? Because this is probably 10 miles from where I lived, and so clearly they had run my plates. So by running my plates, they also knew I had a concealed carry license because it's tied to our plate and our license. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to hide here.
Yeah, at that point, I guess I wouldn't. I'd definitely hand them my permit and the fucking driver's license together, like one piece. Shoot.
All right, I gotta head to bed. I'll see you guys later.
Later, guys.
Catch you later. Yeah. Hello. Son of a fucking bitch. I'm left alone again, aren't I? Well, it is now 1:08. I am going to post the link if no one is going to come on, I shall leave in, let's say, 1:15. There you go. No one's here in 5 minutes, I'm fucking off. Come on. Anyone else want to join? It's me, myself, and me. Come on. There's 80 members online. Biker Bob, Glock Guru, Great Lakes, Pink Panther, anyone. Four more minutes left, and I'm shutting her down. One more minute. Well, it is now 1:15. For all my Canadian buddies out there, happy Thanksgiving. Have yourself a good long weekend. And peace out. Catch you guys later. Bye.
son of a bitch.